We are just going to give it a moment to let the waiting room clear.
Thank you.
And can you just make sure you're muted as you enter the hearing?
Good day. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Can you just make sure you're muted for now, sir? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great.
See
Just,
some.
everyone just make sure you're muted for now until you're called upon. All right, we're gonna get started. So good afternoon. This is a hearing before the Boston Cannabis Board, the BCB. Today is October 12th, 2022. Today's hearing is being conducted pursuant to certain temporary amendments to the open meeting law. This is what allows us to meet virtually. This hearing is being recorded and will be posted to the City of Boston's website. Before I review some procedural matters, I will introduce Chairwoman Kathleen Joyce.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathleen Joyce. I'm Chair of the Boston Cannabis Board, and today I'm pleased to be joined by my fellow commissioners, Commissioner Lisa Holmes, Commissioner Darlene Lombos, and Commissioner Alejandro Sanquian.
Thank you, Chairwoman Joyce. My name is Jasmine Nguyen, and I am the Boston Cannabis Board Manager. We are also joined by Allison Quinn, who is the Project Manager for the BCB. So I will begin by reading each item into the record. I will then ask who is present on behalf of the proposal before us. The first item on the agenda is an amendment to an already approved establishment. So they will have 5 minutes to present to the BCB, and then we will proceed with new license application, in which they will have 10 minutes each to present, followed by questions from the board members. We will then take public testimony, beginning with elected officials or their representatives, followed by the general public. If you wish to testify, please sign up via the link that will be put in the chat. If you have already signed up, you do not have to do it again. Please wait until the matter in which you would like to speak is called. Do not use the chat function to give testimony. It will not be considered. Please state your full name, address, and affiliation, if any, when you are giving testimony. Testimony will be limited to 2 minutes, in which time you will be muted. Additional testimony may be submitted in writing to cannabisboard@boston.gov. The record will be kept open until Tuesday, October 18th at 5 p.m. The BCB does not give any more weight to spoken testimony than it does to written testimony. So the first item on the agenda, the applicant is Stone's Throw Cannabis LLC. The license premise is 727 Atlantic Avenue, Chinatown. The license type is a retail recreational cannabis dispensary and courier license. And the request is to add the DBA Firebrand Cannabis. Who is present on behalf of the applicant?
Hi, good afternoon. This is Blake Mensing, the CEO of Stone's Throw Cannabis.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Sure, I don't think I'll need that. Yeah, it's really just a trade name, and the definition of the word firebrand resonated with our team, and we're hoping it will with the customers as well. So, you know, firebrand is defined to be a person who's passionate about a particular cause, typically inciting change and taking radical action. So that's really just a nod to our unique corporate structure, where we have 6 social equity and economic empowerment folks as our majority ownership. And it's really just a simple request to use that as our trade name. Nothing really further to add, but happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Do any of the commissioners have any questions? No? No? All right, is there anyone present that would like to speak in regards to this proposal? Not seeing anyone. Oh, sorry. Darrell?
Are we talking about the actual proposal to sell cannabis?
Just for the DBA change, that's all we're talking about today. Okay. Anyone else? Seeing no one, the board will take this matter under advisement. All right, the next item we have is the applicant is Vinyl Roots Inc., DBA Sold Cannabis. The proposed license premise is 340 North Market Street, Faneuil Hall. The license type is a retail recreational cannabis dispensary license. The proposed hours of operation are 9 a.m. to 11 p.m., 7 days a week. This is an equity applicant. The initial application was filed December 19, 2021. The application was filed with Inspectional Services February 11, 2022. The community meeting was held on August 15, 2022, and there is a buffer zone conflict with another cannabis establishment. Before I begin with the presentation, I will ask Aaliyah Flores, who is Director of Business Strategy from the Mayor's Office of Economic Opportunity and Inclusion, to speak to the equity certification.
Thank you, Jasmine. Good afternoon, everyone. I have a cold, so excuse my voice. Our office was able to certify Vinyl Roots Incorporated, doing business as Soul Cannabis, as an equity applicant through the documentation submitted by the applicant. Eric Lawrence is the CEO of Vinyl Roots Incorporated and is the beneficial interest holder of 51% of the company, meeting the 51% ownership interest set forth in the ordinance. He is a person who has resided in an area of disproportionate impact as defined by the Cannabis Control Commission for at least 5 of the past 10 years. Mr. Lawrence submitted a copy of his driver's license and copies of financial documents which establish that he has resided on Greenwood Street in Dorchester from 1990 through at least 2021. This has been determined as an area of disproportionate impact by the Cannabis Control Commission using the geocoder address tool on their website. Secondly, Mr. Lawrence is a person who has been certified by the CCC as an economic empowerment or social equity applicant and has been a resident of Boston for at least one of the last 3 years. Mr. Lawrence has been certified by the CCC as both an economic empowerment applicant in 2018 and a social equity applicant in May 2020. As previously stated, Mr. Lawrence submitted documentation which establishes he has resided in Dorchester since at least 1990. Lastly, Mr. Lawrence is a person who is of Black, African American, Hispanic, Latino, Asian, or Indigenous descent. Mr. Lawrence self-identifies as Black and provided his driver's license and birth certificate. Are there any questions about this certification?
Thank you, Aaliyah. Who is present on behalf of the licensee?
I am Eric Lawrence.
And myself, Victor Chang.
And Mike Bivens.
Okay. You guys have 10 minutes. You may begin to share your screen and begin.
Adam, can
Thank
you
you.
share? There you go.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name again is Eric Lawrence. I am the CEO of Soul Cannabis. This afternoon, we are presenting our proposal to open an adult use dispensary at 340 North Market Street in Faneuil Hall Marketplace. This historic site is the former home of the Durgan Park Restaurant. The location has 6 floors and approximately 15,000 square feet. The site has been vacant for over 4 years, and we have put valuable resources into the planning, the transformation of this space over the past year and a half. We're fully funded and expect to invest approximately $6 million to renovate the space. Faneuil Hall is a premier destination location, seeing over 20 million visitors a year, and it's the 7th most visited site in the country. And as an equity applicant, I'm very excited at the prospect of being able to open in Faneuil Hall Marketplace. Soul Cannabis is a local, independent, majority minority-owned company and an economic empowerment and social equity applicant. Our mission is to create an immersive, interactive retail experience that merges the cannabis and music cultures together, and that will provide a positive impact on the Faneuil Hall Marketplace community and provide social equity and restorative justice to those harmed by cannabis prohibition. Introducing our ownership group, our executive director of music and business development is Boston's very own Michael Bivens, a founding member of the legendary groups New Edition and Belle Biv DeVoe. The remaining owners of our team are an accomplished group of professionals with experience that span many industries, including music management, finance, real estate development, construction, retail management, marketing, and product manufacturing. I'm going to show you a glimpse of how we envision this immersive interactive retail experience will look like. And now I will pass it over to Victor Chang, who will talk about the location in further detail.
Thanks, Eric. We have heard the community's concern that there are 2 open dispensaries within a half mile of us and a couple of other proposed sites that are not open with unknown timelines to opening. And therefore, the critical question is if this part of the city can support another location, and is it good for the neighboring businesses? We firmly believe that Faneuil Hall, with its 20 million plus visitors a year, is its own unique retail ecosystem that alone can support a highly successful cannabis retailer. The half-mile buffer covers 8 different sub-districts of the city, servicing very different residents and visitor needs. And we have heard from the merchants in the Faneuil Hall Merchants Association that we would be a welcome addition to help draw more foot traffic to their businesses. Drilling further into this, we look at Placer AI data. The charts on this slide show where visitors to Faneuil Hall are coming from and when they leave, where they head to next. As you can see, the top 5 origination and departure destinations are outside of where other neighboring dispensaries are located. For example, nearly 19% of the visitors going to Faneuil Hall are coming immediately from home, and just over 19% head home once they leave Faneuil Hall. Further examining the visitor data, we look at New Frontier cannabis consumer data. New Frontier tracks 164 million known cannabis users in the US based on their cell phone location. New Frontier's data for Q1 of this year shows that there were more cannabis consumers that stood outside of the Durgan Park storefront for at least 1 minute than visited any of the open dispensaries in Boston. This includes more than twice as many cannabis consumers than visited the Ascend dispensary near TD Garden. The data is clear. Faneuil Hall has more than enough unique cannabis visitors, over 10,000 in Q1, to support its own dispensary without disrupting any of the neighboring businesses. Once we receive approval, we are ready to deploy our capital to build and open our business to service these abundant customers in Faneuil Hall. Another attractive feature of our proposed location is easy access to paid parking lots and public transportation. With over 35 paid lots, 6 T-stops, including Haymarket, Aquarium, and Government Center, and 17 bus stops within half-mile of the site, we believe this will be one of the most easily accessible locations in the city. And now I'll turn it back over to Eric.
Yes, thank you, Victor. Developing a workforce that mirrors the communities that have been harmed by cannabis is very important to Soul Cannabis. So our goals are to hire a diverse workforce, train our hires to prepare them for career advancement opportunities, and develop a diverse supply chain, and have a minimum of 20% of our products sourced from economic empowerment and social equity companies. To attract and retain a diverse team, we will offer living wages, full benefits, and housing grants, as well as fitness programs. Each member of our leadership teams will be responsible to spend a minimum of 4 hours a month training, developing, and mentoring associates on their team. And we will utilize the CCC's licensing tracker to identify economic empowerment and social equity suppliers and enter into supply agreements with them. All of our programs will be documented and recorded to document our progress or shortcomings and to make the necessary adjustments so that we ensure that we are achieving our goals. Next, we'll talk about our employment plan. We will prioritize our hiring by hiring Boston residents and those that have been penalized by cannabis prohibition and the identified groups that are listed here. We estimate that we'll need between 40 and 45 associates to run this site. We'll offer wage salaries between $20 and $22 an hour, depending on experience, and have incremental increases between 5 and 10% at 3, 6, and 12 months based on performance. We'll also offer full benefits and 2 $5,000 housing grants per year, as well as resources to assist associates with qualifying for rentals and home ownership. Next, I'm going to turn it over to Michael Bivens.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, board, for having us today. My purpose of joining forces with this team is to help them understand the community that I come from, the Roxbury side of Boston, and all of the great things I've done in that community for over the last 30 plus years. With our state-of-the-art studio on the 5th floor as a part of the Soul Cannabis experience, we would underwrite $200,000 for inspiring artists who would like to go up on the 5th floor and test out their vocals, instrument players, or what have you, so that as they come in through the front door of our establishment, not only can you buy a flower, a leaf, or edible, but you can also live out your musical dreams. We all know that music and cannabis goes hand in hand, but it'll only apply to people 21 and older, and the state-of-the-art facility to be run by Cyber Sound, which is on Newberry Street, a state-of-the-art studio in the city of Boston. And our give back is to let everybody know, on the grounds of Faneuil Hall, you have a couple of African-American, you have a diverse team, and history could be made once we get approval to show people how the coming together of different nationality as we created an experience in the cannabis business that does not exist in the city. I pass it back to you, Eric.
Thank you, Mike. In addition to the music give back, we've partnered with 2 nonprofit groups, Voices of Liberation, Feed the Hood. They provide food and essential items to underserved and marginalized communities in Boston. To assist their efforts, we will reinvest $2,500 monthly into the Faneuil Hall Marketplace food vendors to purchase prepared meals that Feed the Hood will distribute to underserved communities. The Big Hope Project provides record sealing and expungement clinics, and we will host these clinics in our site on a semi-annual basis to support the inclusion of individuals that have been disproportionately affected into the industry. Our 3rd floor space will be used as a community event space, gallery space, small business pop-up space, and a platform where local entrepreneurs can pitch their business, receive mentorship and funding, and launch their business. And in honor of our African ancestors who lost their rights to freedom at Faneuil Hall, we will name our 3rd floor space Freedom Hall. Now we'll talk about security and safety. The CCC has established strict regulations regarding safety and security of cannabis establishments, and Soul Cannabis will adhere to the state's security guidelines to ensure we're operating a safe and secure facility.
You have about a minute left.
All associates will pass state and license background checks. We will maintain a limited access vault. No products will be accessible to the public. We'll work closely with Faneuil Hall Marketplace to provide and obtain information on security matters. Our goal is to be a good neighbor in Faneuil Hall, and we'll require that all of our customers will comply with our nuisance prevention policy, which includes no public consumption, no lottery, soliciting, littering, double parking, or any unlawful behaviors. We will reserve the right to deny sales to any individual. We'll post signage throughout our facility informing customers that public consumption is illegal. In closing, I'd like to add that I'm most excited about the opportunity because I believe that this platform that we plan to build will bring social justice, economic empowerment, and restorative justice to those who have been harmed and left out of the cannabis industry. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. We will now move to the board members. Chairwoman Joyce, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Thanks, Jasmine. I do. I'm going to begin by saying that this board has a statutory duty to be opposed to any application within a buffer zone. And we need to have the applicant demonstrate to us why we should, why there are special circumstances as to why this buffer zone should be pierced. This has become an even bigger focus as there's been some other changes in the city, and it's something that's talked about all the time. Despite the fact that we do take these things carefully, we need to be extra cautious about getting on the record these special circumstances so that we can prove the reasons why we either vote a certain way or score a certain way, or whether we don't. We've already rejected 2 applications downtown, despite people thinking that we approve everything that comes before us. And I do know that an application that I would consider downtown that we did approve was recently rejected by the ZBA. So I'm putting that out there so people are aware that these are things we're thinking about. I want to start with first with Mr. Chang. How many other cannabis licenses do you have in the state, and how many in the city?
So I am on part of another partnership. We have a Doors Open store in Newton. We have a provisional license in Natick, Mass, and in the Fenway.
So you have the Fenway, and what about Mass Greenwoods?
That's Eric.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so you just have the You're just saying you have Fenway, Natick, and Newton, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And so, Mr. Lawrence, how many provisional licenses do you have or HCAs do you have in the city or in other parts of the state?
Yes, thank you. So I have one as Mass Greenwoods in Alston, Massachusetts, and a second pending HCA in Jamaica Plain.
Okay. And you're part of the Stones Throw?
I have a minority interest in Stones Throw Cannabis, yes, less than 10%.
Okay. Let me see. So in general, as far as your business plan, you said you have 6 floors here for retail and there'll be a music studio. Do you plan down the road having any sort of lounge or any sort of cafe?
There are no plans for that at this time.
Thinking in the future, is that something part of your business plan?
It's something that we certainly will take under consideration once those regulations are passed, providing that the space qualifies for a social consumption lounge. We would certainly take it under consideration, but the current plans do not have space for that. But we could potentially pivot. And I think that at this point, that might be at least a minimum of 3 to 4 years off.
Okay, but you have 6 floors. If those regulations are passed, that is part of your business plan. Is that correct?
It's an option. It is an option for us. Yes, it's not included in our current business plan, but it is an option going forward.
Okay. Can you describe, we'll probably get to it in a little bit, but I'd like to put it out there right now, what your community process has been like?
Sure. We've spent several hours engaging with the Faneuil Hall Marketplace vendors, getting their opinion on a cannabis dispensary being within the Faneuil Hall Marketplace space. We've had an overwhelming response of support from those vendors. We were able to obtain approximately 150, 160 letters of support, primarily coming from those vendors in Faneuil Hall Marketplace. And, you know, we've gone through the other community, meeting with the Wharf District. We also met with the Greenway District. And, you know, there are not a lot of community neighborhood organizations within there because we're typically in primarily in a commercial zone, commercial space. There's not really no residents within 300 feet of us.
Okay. I'm going to reserve my right to ask other questions after we hear some of the public testimony, but at this time, I'm done. Thank you, Jasmine.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Commissioner Sankin, do you have any questions?
I do. I was wondering, I believe it was Victor that presented slide 8. I just wanted to see if we could go back to that. Yes, this one I didn't really understand. So you tracked known cannabis consumers and measured. Can you just explain this one again?
Sure. So New Frontier is a data aggregating company. They have an offering under a sub company called NX Tech, which tracks cannabis users. So what they've done is if your phone has been in a known dispensary, so they've identified, I think, about 9,000 dispensaries here in the US, they identify you as a cannabis user.
Okay.
And then they track where that phone goes.
Two lights for the inside and one for the outside.
Mm-hmm.
There are three outdoor lights. And I don't know how many
Recess?
no outside for the back.
Hey, Robert Nichols, we
Needs-
can hear your conversation. Can you mute yourself, please?
Thanks. So would they track cell phones that go in and around dispensaries? So what we've had them do is look at tracking all of their known cannabis users who stood in front of the Durgan Park store for at least a minute during the first quarter of the year, versus where they've also visited other Boston dispensaries. So these are obviously doors open operating dispensaries with Ascend, Patriot Care, and MedMen. And so these are the visitor counts that you see. So for example, there were 24,000 people stood in front of the Durgan Park space during the first quarter that is in their universes versus the 11,419 that visited Ascend. So based on this, what we're identifying is that this site sees a significant number of unique, and then the unique users are their unique 10,000 cannabis consumers that stood in front of this that did not visit one of these other stores.
Okay.
So we feel confident in investing our capital in a spot where, you know, without being an operating dispensary, there are already 10,000 people who walk by this in the first quarter of the year.
So there's no overlap between
Correct. So
the 10,000 who stood
so the
in
unique
front of
visitors,
Durgan.
right, they represent, they were not at the other sites listed.
Okay.
So at Ascend, for example, right, of the 11,000, 9,709 of them only visited the Ascend dispensary. The others either walked by our sites, walked by Durgan Park, or went to Patriot Care, MedMen, or Roots, or Root in Boston, I think.
Okay. So, and did you measure their total visits to cannabis establishments in the Boston area? Like, do we know that these aren't, you know, visitors from, I don't know, another state that just didn't happen to consume when they were visiting?
Yeah, so I can't look in to see where these visitors are from. So that's not data that's available. What we asked New Frontier to compare the Durgan Park address versus all of the known open Boston dispensaries.
Right, but so, no, I know you can't tell where they're from, but can you, these were the only places you measured, like you didn't calculate any other establishments outside of these areas, like.
Oh, yes, correct, yeah.
Whether that be local or non-local. My question being like, how many of these could have been just, they were visitors to Boston for the day or for whatever, but they didn't use the local area, but they used, they just didn't consume in that time period. You understand what I'm saying? Like they might have purchased somewhere else in Boston or somewhere else where if they live outside of Boston or the state.
Right. Yeah. So we didn't. Right. So I had them only look at Boston visitors to Boston dispensaries. So and you're right. Like of the 10,000 that stood in front of Durgan Park, you know, obviously, unclear if right if we were doors open. I'm not implying we think 10,000 of them are walking in our doors, but at least it gives us a large enough universe of potential customers that we feel confident that the store would do well and is, you know, a worthy investment.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thanks.
And then I guess to follow up on that, from the placer data, we do see people who visit Faneuil Hall don't then walk around the rest of the city for the most part, right? They are for the majority do end up going home and coming directly from home. So we do see that the Faneuil Hall visitor is a sort of a unique retail customer that is really just trafficking in the Faneuil Hall marketplace.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lambos, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you, Jasmine. And thanks for the applicant. I just had a sense, so there is an operational, Cypress Tree is operational cannabis retail?
Yes,
that
correct.
you already own. Can you give me a sense of just so I have a sense of your track record in this industry as an employer? What the demographics are of your staff, what the wages are, how you've been able to retain and recruit and retain diverse staff. Just can you give me a flavor for that since you are operational already, so I have a get a sense of that?
Sure. So the store is in Newton, right? So we do have a commitment to Newton to target Newton hiring. We are over 50% women in total of our executive team. 3/5 of it are women. So it is actually the director of retail is an LGBTQ woman who leads our entire retail organization. We are 52% minority hires, and we are 15% LGBTQ plus. So I think we've done a strong job of hiring a diverse workforce. We've used Cultivate Ed. One of our team leads was one of the first graduates from their program. Jasmine, she's fabulous. And if I could get more employees like her, we would crush everybody in this industry. And we are committed to diversity hiring. Right now, as we plan for our Natick opening, we've attended a couple different job fairs in Roxbury. Obviously, it's a little more challenging because we need to hire people who can then commute out to the suburbs for those locations.
What's your pay rate? Salary and benefits?
Yeah, starting pay, we start at $18.50. You then receive, after 6 months, you would go to $20 an hour. And then from there, there's progressive payroll or salary reviews every 6 months. We offer 401k, we have paid time off, paid sick, dental, health.
Yep. How long have you been in operation over there in Newton?
We opened in July of 2020.
And so how many of those employees have stayed, the ones that you started with? Just to get a sense of retention?
Yeah, I mean, our at the senior level, we've had no departures, so that's been great. Of our entire organization, we've probably had about maybe 15% turnover.
How many employees are there again? I'm sorry if I missed that.
There's 35 in total now.
35. And then how many of are given the $20 increase? How many are at the $20 level and how many are still at 18?
At the 18 there's I think 4 who are recent hires that are planned to transition to our Natick store. So they're in that first 6-month period.
And then everyone else is higher than that.
Yep.
So, okay, thank you so much. I have one more question or maybe 2 more. One about how the housing stipend or assistance is going to work out. You said $5,000 per year. Is this something you do in your Newton store? And if not, what are you thinking about in terms of criteria, eligibility, and process?
I'm actually going to let Eric answer this one.
Yeah, that's a program that you may have heard before in our presentation for Alston location and JP. That comes from the criteria and requirements for that is that if an associate is based on need. So if an associate has a purchase and sales agreement or lease agreement that they're in the process of signing, it will be pretty much almost like a first come, first served basis. So at the time of need, we'll evaluate, the other criteria for that is that we want them to be coming from a disproportionately impacted area. So we have that along with the need and proof of a purchase and sales agreement or a lease. We would provide 2 $5,000 grants to associates to help them with first class security or closing costs or down payment assistance.
Okay, thank you. Is that only for home ownership or are there rental assistance that you're thinking? This is just home buyer program?
Rental assistance is included due to the high cost of housing in Boston specifically is where the idea came from.
Great. Okay, thank you so much. That's all I got.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Holmes, do you have any questions?
Ma'am, I do. So I'd like to know how the dispensary, community space, and studio are going to intersect. My security questions are people going to be able to utilize those upper floors after they purchase cannabis? And my main concern is people purchasing the cannabis and then going to the recording studio. I foresee a Tupac, Jam Master Jay incident. So how are we going? How's that going to work?
I think, Ms. Lisi, that's a great question. Me being in the recording business for 39 years, the one thing it is, there'll be no consumption in the studio. And when you're going into the studio, we'll have a separate process where we'll have an audition sit down, we'll vet out the person, we'll make sure the rules of what we're doing is there. There'll definitely be no firearms and all of that crazy stuff going up into the studio, which is what happened in Queens, New York with Jam Master Jay. And I know it sounds like you could just move through all of the 3 levels, but the studio will be run by Cyber Sound, which is a state-of-the-art facility on Newbury Street. The same way Perry, who's on this call now, the same way he vets out his clients, has no issues over there, will be the same thing going on the 5th floor. And plus, I will be there along with other celebrity friends mentoring these people. And I've never been associated with a problem in a recording studio in 39 years. So that's
so
for
the
me.
Recording studio, can I does the recording studio have a separate entrance?
No, it goes through the same way, go up to the elevator to the 5th floor. But you'll be coming in, if you're going in to buy your flower, that's one thing. But in order to get on the 5th floor, you would have to be approved.
Okay, so that it does have separate access.
Yeah.
Okay, and
definitely.
everybody that will be utilizing your studios, it pretty much they'll be vetted and maybe have appointments or something like that. Okay.
Yes, because remember there's a 200,000 underwriting, so we have to specifically know who is doing this 4-hour time space with, along with Cyber Sound. And that's my job, is to make sure everything is clean. And like you said, we have no surprises, which is separate than buying the flower. That's a different situation.
And so would this elevator access be managed by security or maybe codes, like somebody just can't come in and press the button to go up there? You'd have to be, sometime to go to a certain floor, you got to put a key in the thing or something like that?
Yeah, we'll have key card access to the 5th floor.
My concern is that people will buy flower, and I mean, let's just all be real. Let's just all be real. People are people, and they're going to try to get away with what they can. And my concern is that people will be purchasing flower and products at the cannabis dispensary and then going upstairs and utilizing the recording studio and also the public space too.
Yeah, so I'll jump in here. The recording studio on the 5th floor, right, is meant for true appointment only, for talent that Mike's bringing in. So that will be key card access. It won't be open to the general public. We've talked about maybe putting cameras in and having that seen on the retail floor so customers can see a session going on, but they won't be able to actually get to the 5th floor. The community space is open to the community space. It is part of the secure location, so it is always 24/7 video monitored. And then generally, our process for fulfilling cannabis, right, is we do have a centralized fulfillment, right? So you would, after making a purchase, someone packs your bag, hands it to you after being carted again. And then, generally that is the last thing you're going to do, right? So if someone's coming in to engage in the Freedom Hall and look at whether it's artists or we have other entrepreneurs using the space, we would ask that they do that first. And then the cannabis purchase is at the end. And then, from the 2nd floor or 1st floor where they pick up, they'll be directed to the exit that way.
Right.
Could I suggest that maybe you guys give us a more detailed security plan for this 2nd floor in the studio, because your presentation it didn't really cover how that was all going to work. So maybe if you could kind of write out or give us a better detailed plan of how, just like you just told us, the recording studio is strictly, appointment only, vetted people, and then who's the community space. And just like you just said, Mr. Chang, if people do want to utilize the dispensary, they have to do that on their way out.
Yep. Happy to provide that as a follow-up.
that was my main concern. So those are all my questions right now. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do any of the commissioners have any follow-up questions? No. Seeing none, we will move to public testimony, beginning with elected officials or their representatives.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. I am Sierra D'Amico with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant did complete their community process on August 15th. They did go up against the Wharf District Council at their civic meeting, in which they did receive a letter of opposition. At this time, our office would like to defer to the board's judgment.
Thank you, Sierra. Vanessa?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. This is Vanessa Wu from Council President Flynn's office. Council President Flynn would like to extend his support for Vinyl Roots to open an adult use retail cannabis establishment at Faneuil Hall Marketplace. He is impressed by the applicant's commitment to the community, especially the unique music mentorship opportunities they will be offering. It is important to note that this is a majority minority owned business and a certified Boston Equity Cannabis applicant. So this will not only create new jobs, but also provide much needed activation to a long vacant site. Based on third-party data, there is sufficient demand in the retail cannabis market to support this business in downtown. The opening of Soul Cannabis will be a major draw of the area, bringing more foot traffic to other shops in Faneuil Hall as well. So Council President will be in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. Any of the elected officials or their representative?
Hi, I would like to speak. My name is George Maharakis. I'm president of the Merchants Association here in Faneuil Hall, Quincy Market. And I would like to say that we're all in favor for Soul Cannabis coming to our property. We really think that it's going to help bring foot traffic and help the merchants out, bringing retail traffic here as well. We're all for it.
Thank you. Are there any other elected officials or their representatives that would like to speak? Seeing none, we'll move to those who signed up via the link. Allison's going to go through those names.
First on the list to provide testimony for Vinyl Roots is Mr. Samura. Mr. Samura, if you're available, feel free to proceed.
Hello, hi, can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
I just want to interrupt. I just want Allison to explain the time limits today.
Oh, my apologies. So given that there are quite a few people who have joined us today and an interest in being able to give everyone ample time to speak, we will ask that you keep your comments to 2 minutes and under. And I think, you know, we're trying to keep on task and having all comments somewhat specific to the project at hand.
And just to add, we have received a voluminous amount of support and opposition for every application today. We have read it. And if you can't get everything out in the 2 minutes, we encourage you to submit the rest of your testimony in writing to the board.
Thank you. Thank you. My name's Sia Samora. I'm a economic empowerment, certified economic empowerment licensee here in Massachusetts. I'm also a cannabis retailer in Cambridge. I'm very familiar with the cannabis business environment. I work with a host of different cannabis companies every day. And I'm familiar with this operator, Mr. Lawrence, unfortunately. Mr. Lawrence has shown a lot of hostility and bad acting behavior out here in the business environment. And this is a deeply disturbing proposal to me, because I'm very familiar with the anti-business slanderous campaign that Mr. Lawrence has supported and had big hope target my wife with. My wife is Leah Samora. She's someone who was born and raised here in Boston. She's a Black woman, and she's been the unfair target of some very bad actors, Mr. Lawrence and Big Hope, who have been, popping up at her meetings, misrepresenting who she is, misrepresenting her business dealings, and trying to make her look bad in front of the public and the permitting authorities. This long campaign was then followed up with a lawsuit from Mr. Lawrence
I'm sorry, Mrs.
against the ZBA and against another EE. So I think this is deeply hypocritical proposal here. Mr. Lawrence is asking
I'm gonna
for the
interrupt
same
you,
thing that he's
Mr.
trying to
Samora. I'm
stop
gonna
other
interrupt you and
EEs
mute
from
you
doing.
if possible, Jasmine and Allison. We have received your written testimony and we have heard enough. We're not gonna take any more testimony along those lines today. Your written testimony was basically the same.
Next up is Mr. Darrell Weathers. Mr. Weathers, if you're available, please proceed.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here, board. My name is Darrell Weathers, a resident of Boston, 30+ years. I am an owner of 2 businesses and a director of a nonprofit in Boston. And I just come to say that with Faneuil Hall once being a slave trade and Black households still being worth $8, there is no question that sold cannabis should be there in Faneuil Hall. We need a Black dollar in Boston. And with Eric Lawrence and Michael Bivens' track record in the community of insuring us and helping the community businesses and nonprofits out here and also in the music, this is ideal for us. And I'm in full support, and I advise everybody else to be in full support. This is what's going to ensure us a new dollar in our city.
Thank you. Next up is Mr. Jacob Leadolf. Mr. Leadolf, if you're available, please proceed.
Hello, thank you for hearing me today. I am one of the members of Voices of Liberation, a community organization and intended recipient of some of the community service that is proposed. I just wanted to speak today in favor of this proposal. I think it's important for us to have businesses that embrace the values like this in this community. I think there's plenty of room in Faneuil Hall for business. I think enough people from Boston have not benefited from the business that has been conducted in Faneuil Hall. And I think there's plenty of room for local folks who are embracing artists of color to kind of flip that, sordid history that Darrell was mentioning on its head and present, a new local face for this city. And I am fully in support of this team and their presentation. I think they've taken a lot of the important considerations into account, and I wanted to offer my full support for this proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Miss Susan Luongo, if you're available, please proceed.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I have been a merchant at Faneuil Hall Marketplace for many years. I've actually been here now for 43 years, and I'm in favor of this project because there was no one else that is willing to take the property at Durgan Park and invest $6 million. We as merchants have had to deal with a lot of empty spaces here, frankly, abandoned by the city. And now we have someone like Soul Cannabis who's willing to come in and make an investment onto this property. We also are our own ecosystem. We have nothing to do with downtown Boston, downtown Crossing. We are Faneuil Hall Marketplace. We are a family of merchants who have been together for a very long time. And personally, on our own grounds, we have our own security team who does a great job of making sure that we don't have any criminals or vagrants that pass through here. I also want to say that my son is the executive producer, creator, and director of a podcast that promotes individuals, creatives in different marginalized communities of Boston. It gives them a platform to show their creative abilities. And he would be also hosting his podcast up in that space that Soul Cannabis has proposed in order to bring all these creatives up there and give them a platform to really show who they are. And so I think it's important for that community that Soul Cannabis comes to Faneuil Hall Marketplace, and it would just be a great opportunity for everyone, merchants, other stakeholders, residents, etc. So I am in full favor of this proposal, and I hope that the city and the commission does step up and does not favor others who have been former political leaders in our city who have been granted licenses. These are people who are coming from the outside onto this property with no political affiliation. It would be great to have someone like that instead of another so-called hack. So thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Joshua Kulak, if you are available, please proceed.
Hi, good afternoon. Appreciate it, Allison. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak here. My name is Josh Kulak. I'm a resident of East Boston, and I want to speak in favor of this proposal. I've lived over the past 6 years in Boston, and I've lived in 6 different neighborhoods, as that's kind of how it goes a lot of times here. But in all those neighborhoods, there have been a variety of coffee shops, salons, fitness users, gyms, boutiques, a variety of retail users, and they've been in every single one of those neighborhoods. And even, you know, some of those neighborhoods are within half a mile, even a quarter mile of each other. Boston's a very dense city. To me, it seems like one of the biggest concerns with this proposal is the proximity to some other dispensaries. And to me, there's more than enough room between these dispensaries. And, you know, we're talking 3 or 4 dispensaries in the city of Boston. To me, that seems like a very small number. I know it's a new business that we're all still trying to figure out a little bit, but look at some of the very successful established businesses in our city. You know, I'll use Dunkin' as an example. And I know dispensaries aren't Dunkin' Donuts, but within a half mile of this location, you could probably see more than a dozen Dunkin' Donuts. So, you know, there's a lot of demand, as Victor also showed, for this type of use. The other thing I would point out too, I think it was Kathleen brought up the point that there's got to be some sort of a special circumstance oftentimes for something like this to get approved. And to me, a special circumstance is Faneuil Hall. Faneuil Hall is something that, as a Boston resident, is very near and dear to my heart, and I think a lot of yours. It's something that we should be proud of. And there's still a lot of really good businesses in Faneuil Hall, but I do think over the past 5-10 years, it's kind of lost its shimmer and its draw that it made.
All right, Josh, that was your 2 minutes. You can submit additional testimony in writing.
Okay, next up is Miss Carla Toussaint. Ms. Toussaint, if you're available, please proceed.
Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm just going to keep this brief and short, but I am in support of Soul Cannabis. My name is Carly Toussaint. I'm a cohort, a second cohort participant from the social equity program. And it's really wonderful to just see more people who are part of this program to see ownership and to have their doors open. For years, communities like Boston and a community I'm from, Brockton, has seen such displacements from the war on drugs, and to not see enough ownership and people participate in this industry is disheartening. And I think this group's amazing and it has done a lot. And based off of the history of Faneuil Hall, it would be very important just to see a new step of focus and support for the direction this industry should go, as well as to support a lot of the creatives and the artistry that the communities have hung on to, especially in the new looks for hope. So I'm going to yield my time, but this is just for support, and I thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Michael Knievy. Mr. Knievy, if you're available, you may proceed.
Thanks, Allison. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Michael Knievy. I'm a resident of South Boston in support of this application today. The review was great. So just some of my notes: 66% of equity owned by people of color. The Faneuil Hall needing the foot traffic and the investment, and the merchants support it. This entity could start immediately tomorrow if they got permission. And I just think the recording studio is a very interesting concept as well. So for all those reasons, I strongly support this application today and hope you find a way to pass it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knievy. James Edwards. Mr. Edwards, if you're available, please proceed.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for having me. I just wanted to say that I support the proposal for Mr. Lawrence and Mr. Bivens. I work in the community. I've worked with Eric as he was a store manager at Home Depot. He did some great work at this store at a time where it was a lot of chaos. And he helped the community by employing young men who would not have had an opportunity. And I think what they're opposing right now with Mr. Bivens is giving them an outlet to be able to have that opportunity to display, their talents with music. And as you see, we have a lot of things going on in the city of Boston. And I think that that will be a great opportunity to kind of bring young people together where they can probably at some point in time work out their difference while they're in the studio to kind of vent. So I'm in support of what they're doing, and I'm hoping that the proposal goes through.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Edwards.
Thank you.
Mr. Josh Baran, Mr. Baran, if you're available, please proceed.
Hi, thank you. Josh Byron, resident of South Boston. I wanted to speak in favor of the applicants. As I hear the presentation, I think about the fact that we have a very well-funded group putting $6 million into one of our city's most treasured artifacts that's, as I've heard, laid vacant for multiple years. And with it, bringing an experiential concept that appears to have done more than just check the boxes in their application, their presentation, and the team that they pulled together. I think most importantly, they're ready to move and invest real capital at a time where it's not getting any easier to activate these spaces. Understand that there are licensees nearby and it's a statutory regulation, as was mentioned. But I, as a resident, would encourage the board to consider the intent of the zoning code and whether it's harmonious as the rules and regs state. Does this impact other businesses? We've heard it's its own ecosystem. I personally believe that Faneuil Hall is its own ecosystem and is differentiated. This is I think, stunningly unique concept, and I think it would bring foot traffic. It would bring people into Boston, and I would hope that Boston is big enough for multiple licensees, even if they're 0.4 miles away, work together to bring a great business here and rehab a beautiful building. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rahim Muhammad, if you are available, please proceed. Mr. Muhammad?
We can't hear you. We see you, but we can't hear you. We're gonna move on. We'll try back. We'll try you back.
Miss Nicole Gunn, if you're available, please proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nicole Gunn. I'm a board member of the Jamaica Plain Center South Main Street, and I am also a small business owner. I'd like to speak on behalf of Eric Lawrence and definitely in support of this project. Mr. Lawrence came to all of our meetings where he was requested to come and explain. He explained at length, left room for us to continue our questions. And as a small business owner who opened up smack dab in the pandemic, it was a difficult time for me. And unfortunately, as of July 31st, had to close my commercial storefront. But in talks with Mr. Lawrence and him supporting me with helping to, advise in closing my business, just being supportive in the community, it was a ray of sunlight to know that there possibly could be some way that my business could still pop up in my city. I am an immigrant Black business owner, and I'm here for it because there would never no way be a chance that I would be able to afford opening up in Faneuil Hall. It is a place where most people go to when they think of the registry, the market, or the courthouse, but rarely do people who live in our city think, hey, let's go down Faneuil Hall to hang out. So I'm definitely in support of Mr. Lawrence and his character because he has come through for Jamaica Plain and for me personally as a business owner. I thank you for your time and have a good day.
Thank you, Ms. Gunn. Mr. Corey Jordan, if you're available, please proceed.
Can you hear me now? Anybody?
Is this Mr. Jordan?
This is Mr. Muhammad. I'm sorry.
Okay, Mr. Muhammad, yes, we can hear you.
Okay, let me know when I can say my piece, please.
Yep, please proceed.
Okay. So yeah, I've been a Boston resident all my life. I'm in full support of Soul Cannabis, and I've been working with Cybersound for more than 30 years. I'm a Harvard graduate, and I've been touring as a music artist for the last 20 years all over the world. And you know, the thing with our people, I believe music and marijuana go hand in hand. It's been therapeutic in the history of our people, from spirituals that got our ancestors through the day on the fields, to Bob Marley, for example, smoking his joint, making some of the most greatest music and greatest hits that we listen to today. Both these outlets will always be a way of helping us cope through tough times, and I feel it's the perfect opportunity to combine the two for people of Boston to explore the methods of healing that work for them, spreading positive vibes and peace to the community, and especially in Faneuil Hall, which is one of Boston's historic sites. And I'm all for it, and I think it would actually, you know, start something that, you know, people will want to do in other states and other cities. So I'm 100% all for it, and we'll be also offering a mentorship program to help the youth do conscious music through the studio as well. So there's so many positive things that, you know, Soul Cannabis is offering, and I'm 100% for it.
Okay, thank you. Corey Jordan, are you with us? Okay, why don't we move on to Perry Geyer? Are you available?
Yes, hi. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Perry Geyer. I'm the owner of Cybersound Recording Studios, located at 349 Newbury Street in Boston, Mass. Here, 02115. I've been a Boston resident since 1982. I've owned and operated Cybersound Recording Studio in the Back Bay since 1994. I am fully in support of Soul Cannabis, and I think it's a fantastic idea, and fully support Soul Cannabis.
Thank you. Sean Fontes, are you available?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, and thank you, members of the commission, for this opportunity to speak. As you stated, my name is Sean Fontes. I was born and raised in Boston, and outside of that, I'm a practicing labor attorney for the last 20 years. I'm in full support of this project for two reasons. The first reason being that, being born and raised in Boston, I've seen Michael Bivins for at least the last 30 years be a pillar for the community, particularly those underprivileged in Dorchester, Roxbury, children. So knowing that he's part of this project and a part owner, I think this is going to be great. Secondly, the mentorship program, the entertainment mentorship program, based upon my years of experience with workforce development, I think it's a phenomenal opportunity to provide skills and lucrative careers. And Mike Bivins is one of the best when it comes down to the entertainment and skilling folks up. Lastly, Bill Moran, who is a partner of mine, he's in full support of this. Unfortunately, he could not speak, so he asked me to speak for him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is Peter Luongo, if you're available, please proceed.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, so my name is Peter Luongo. I am in full support of both Eric and Soul Cannabis. My family has been in Faneuil Hall Marketplace for over 40 years, and I also host a podcast on which I interview different creatives from the city of Boston. I fully believe that not just cannabis, but the recording studio will benefit the creative scene immensely by bringing them back into Boston, because a lot of artists have to travel outside of the city to get their work done. So bringing it back to the heart of the city will benefit not only the Faneuil Hall community, but also the creative scene as well. And yes, I am in full support of Soul Cannabis.
Thank you. Miss Renata Keynes, if you're available, please proceed.
Hi, everyone. My name is Renata Keynes. I'm an economic empowerment business owner. I have, I'm also a social equity program graduate. I own a cannabis business, and I am in support of Vinyl Roots. However, with trepidation of this location, because of the this being the 6th dispensary in the same buffer zone, this does lead to saturation of the market in just this location. What we have seen in the marketplace, it will create some sort of really, if we really do believe in equity in cannabis, it will create some sort of not success for all of the businesses, all 6 businesses that are in that buffer zone. I know we know Boston is big, and we want all of the businesses to be successful, and that is why those buffer zones exist. My other trepidation is that Vinyl Roots is suing another Boston equity candidate in the Superior Court for getting approved in the same buffer zone in Alston, and is now trying to locate in a buffer zone that already has 5 stores.
I'm just going to jump in. Vinyl Roots is not suing them. One of the partners is suing them. So just to be clear.
Okay. Yep, that's great. And so those are my only 2 trepidations. And so this is the 6th dispensary in that same buffer zone. So if we really do believe in equity and wanting them all.
Renata, that was your 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Ms. Renee Berger, if you're available, please proceed.
Hi.
Hi.
So similar to Renata, I feel like I am against this proposal mainly for the equities. If we have too many of the same type of businesses in the same buffer zone.
Sorry, with all due respect, could you give your address and where you live and your affiliation? I just have Renee.
Sure.
Berger. Thank you.
Yeah, Renee Berger. I live in Dorchester, 29 West Tremlett Street. Not necessarily affiliated with any particular person or organization, just a resident, interested and concerned. And it concerns me that part of when we legalized cannabis in Massachusetts, there was a deliberate effort to recognize the equities, since so many Black and brown people were locked up as a result of drugs and unfair practices there. They also wanted to make sure, hey, let's make a specific space where our Black and brown brothers and sisters could excel. Now, what I fear is happening here with this business, though it sounds great, yeah, $6 million, Fenway, great, exciting place to revitalize and whatnot. But the problem is it's within the same buffer zone where we have the same small businesses competing with the same clientele. In Dorchester, you guys are putting 2 cannabis stores right next to each other. Once again, minority owned. How is this going to work out for them? They're going to be competing with each other, competing with the same clientele. That's why I'm against this proposal. And I think also that it really doesn't make much sense to fake and make it seem like, okay, we have the music business is separate from the cannabis business. No, you're playing.
Renee, that is your 2 minutes. Thank you.
Nike John, if you're available. Nike John, if you're available.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Hi, my name is Nikki John. I am the owner of the Heritage Club. I'm the first equity applicant to open since the creation of the board. And I just wanted to comment, not really opposed to this applicant. I really think their presentation was awesome, but I am worried for other applicants who have gotten HGAs and haven't opened yet. A lot of the operators in the state who are in saturated markets are closing down. Having been open for a month, I personally am seeing that the numbers aren't what we suspected they'd be. So I don't think this business is as lucrative as maybe we'd hoped, or maybe there's just a lot more operators open than when people did their projections. So I wanted to comment more for the board. I know you guys are, the commission has said that you guys are thinking about this, and I really appreciate it. I definitely think there can be multiple in every neighborhood, but I think that 5 or 6 might be too many. I don't know for sure, but that's just something that I find worrisome, and I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. Mario Signor, are you available? And if so, please proceed.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I would just like to go on record speaking in favor of this project, seeing the programs they put in place for employees and the opportunities they're creating for artists in Boston, especially in a place like Faneuil Hall, which I love. I've been going to Faneuil Hall since I was a little kid, but for me, I stopped going as much because it needed some new life. It needed some invigoration down there. And yeah, I just want to jump right to the fact that the history of Faneuil Hall went against, it was part of the slave trade, as a lot of people on this call already have heard and they know. And to see some diversity, to see some social equity happen down there, that's a big deal. It's important. In terms of the buffer zone, Faneuil Hall sees 12 million tourists a year. There's plenty of space for more operators, and to see an operator with a diverse group like this come in and put the capital into a place like Durgan Park, which was always a great place, but we have plenty of bars and alcohol in Faneuil Hall. There's no place to purchase medication. And also, I just want to speak to the original proud Bostonians that are involved with this project. You drive through Boston, when you drive through Roxbury and you go by the YMCA and you go inside and you see the banners and you go by the basketball courts and you see the billboards, you can see what Michael Bivens has done for the city and he continues to do to support his community. And he's a sterling example of what a Bostonian should be. And Eric Lawrence, also an original proud Bostonian from Roxbury. This is who should be opening dispensaries in Boston and see an opportunity like this. And I think with what they're doing in terms of bringing in music and opportunity and creativity and grants and great benefits to employees, this would be a tragedy to not support a project like this. And I just want to say once again, I speak in full support of this team and this project and this location becoming Soul Cannabis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Yanja Jabinga. If you're available, please proceed.
I don't think they're on. It's not all the ones that signed up.
Okay, so that concludes all the testimony for those who signed up online. Thank you.
Thank you. We're gonna move to those who have their hand raised. The first person I see is Flynn.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, members of the board. Brian Flynn. I was a proud Hyde Park resident for 34 years. Just recently moved out of the city a year ago. I was the former Hyde Park liaison for Mayor Marty Walsh from 2017 through 2020. So it's nice to see some of my old colleagues on this call as well. With that being said, I'll try to make it brief. I'm half Italian. I haven't spoken for under 2 minutes of my life. So I tend to talk quite a bit. Anyway, what I want to say in terms of the buffer zone, there's 6 dispensaries, but these also include stores near both the TD Garden and Downtown Crossing. Despite being within a half a mile, these are not technically the same part of the city. So I just kind of want to make that point. Also want to say in terms of, I also want to speak in support of Todd Fanad. I worked on a lot of community issues with him. And he did a lot in terms of the revitalization of the shops at Riverwood, which is right on the Hyde Park Mattapan border. So he's done a lot of good for Hyde Park, which is why I'm here to speak in support today for Soul Cannabis. Because he's not the type of person that comes in and just builds and then leaves. He takes pride in the community. And I also want to say, thank you to all the work that Michael Bivens has done for the city of Boston. And my brother and I still have your Poison album on cassette from 1990. So, thank you for all you've done for Boston. And I just wanted to go on record in support.
Thank you. Next hand I see is James Finney.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hello. My name is James Finney. I'm a resident of Boston, Massachusetts. I am an economic empowerment advocate. I am in support of Soul Cannabis because it's bringing more jobs to the Boston area, and it's also creating a platform for entertainers to show their talent. This company also has the most experienced people to support them. Coming from a musical family, this place that this is what they're showing and what they're giving in the Faneuil Hall area. This is exactly what the entertainers need, because this is what Boston is missing. So I am in full support of what Eric and his team is doing for the Boston area, because this is missing ever since like the 1990s to the 1980s. So I'm in full support of this. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Next hand is Rebecca Adams.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Rebecca Adams, and I am and have been a regulatory cannabis consultant in Massachusetts for over 5 years. And I have reviewed the applicant's proposal, and the applicant meets all of the CCC regulatory compliance requirements. The Cannabis Control Commission, as most of you know, have rigorous security requirements, and Soul Cannabis will adhere to those security measures. Their facility is going to be secure and protect their employees, customers, and the community. And I just wanted to take a few minutes to let the BCB and the community know that Soul Cannabis will act as responsible members of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. The next hand is Albie Montgomery.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
How you doing? My name is Albie Montgomery. I was born and raised in Roxbury, Massachusetts. My parents own multiple units and multiple buildings in the city for over the last 40 years. I have a BS in management with a minor in entrepreneurship. My father's also a retired Boston police officer, so I'm very attached to the city, and I'm also an executive director at Boston Workers Alliance, which is a nonprofit for bringing jobs to folks who are behind the wall. I also work with Eric. I have many small businesses that I've worked on and I run to this day. I really find myself working on many, many businesses. I'm a partner with Eric at Stone Throws Cannabis, and everything Eric does is inclusive. If anyone knows about Stone Throws Cannabis, he took minority folks and we found money, and we was able to go on our way to open a cannabis store. Right now we're having some problem with ZBA, but the whole idea was being inclusive. Anything Eric does is inclusive of the community. This guy is something special. It's rare, you don't see that. And then to have Mike Bivens, man, Mike Bivens is like, if he was in Brooklyn, it'd be like having Jay-Z with him. If he was in Miami, it would be like having Rick Ross with him. This would be headlines, what's going on right now. So there's no way that we don't move forward with this. This is very important, very inclusive. And with us only having 2% of the cannabis market, I don't even think it's 2% of minorities in the cannabis market. It's very important. It's a huge step for the city. I don't think people understand how big this would be for minorities and also the city of Boston. I'm in full support of it, and I appreciate what you're doing, Eric, and I appreciate what you're doing, Mike. Thank you, and I would hope we see Soul very soon in Faneuil Hall. Thank you for my time.
Thank you. Next, we have Dwayne.
Hi, Jasmine. My name is Dwayne Osborne, majority owner of Green Flash Delivery, social cannabis, and I call in complete support of Soul Cannabis and look forward to seeing it open in Faneuil Hall. Great job, Michael. Keep up the good work. Thank you. And good to see you, Jasmine.
Thank you, Dwayne. Next hand I see is Chris. Chris, there's no last name, so.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
How you doing? My name is Chris. I'm born and raised in Boston, specifically Rosendale, 46 Brady Street, Rosendale. I am in full support of Soul Cannabis proposal to open in Faneuil Hall. I think they have an amazing location and an amazing plan. I am also a small business owner. I am part of a clothing line that is exclusively online because we can't afford a storefront. So given the opportunity to do pop-ups in Faneuil Hall, the 7th most visited place in America, would be amazing, an amazing opportunity, and give my brand exposure that we would never be able to get. And I've known Eric and the Lawrence family for over 20 years, and I am 100% confident he will operate a first-class facility and do what he can to help out the community. So yeah, I'm in full support.
Thank you, Chris. Next hand is Mary Boyd.
Hi, thank you guys for having me today. My name is Mary Boyd. I was born and raised in Boston, Massachusetts. I'm CEO, founder of 445 Music Publishing. I'm also sit on the program committee for Balforge Arts Center, which is due to open in Medfield, Mass in 2024. I also sit on the chapter for Women in Music in Boston. Soul Cannabis is going to bring a lot of opportunities to the community in Faneuil Hall. Merging two different industries together is very exciting and very important to me. Jobs will also be available. Also, lots of exposure for artists in the music industry. I support Eric and Michael Bivens 101%. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. The next hand I see is Tito Jackson.
Thank you, members of the board, and thank you, community. I am the owner of Apex Noir Cannabis. We are about 500, 600 feet from this location. I just want to state a couple of facts. I didn't come to this board when this board cited a non-equity candidate right across from me, who is from Belmont. I didn't come to this board when the board cited my friends at Pure Oasis in the same buffer zone. I didn't come to this board when this board cited. But I do have to say, I can't stress enough that there is a saturation point. This would be the 6th store, and it was actually misstated earlier. The 6 stores that we're talking about are actually in this actual buffer zone. And as noted before from people who are actually in this industry, many folks' projections are way more, and we are actually in an industry where we are taxed at 50% of our profits. So I think that's one of the things that we need to look at. I'm actually also I am disturbed that the CEO of this organization is suing another equity candidate. I did not do that. I had the opportunity to sue others who were in my buffer zone, and I actually did not do that. And so that is actually disturbing. And actually what is really actually breaks my heart, and now knowing that this organization has been working for 1.5 years, is that I actually gave one of the individuals of this organization a tour and actually sent them my business plan 1 year ago. So I'm actually disheartened by that. So I would just simply say that we need to make sure that we are supporting real equity. And by putting 4 or 5 equity candidates in the same buffer zone, we are destining people for.
Mr. Jackson, that is your 2 minutes. Next hand I see is Joseph O'Malley.
Hi, folks. My name's Joe O'Malley. I'm the GM of Faneuil Hall Marketplace and Quincy Market, as well as a GM over at South Station for the next 2 weeks. I was born and raised in Dorchester in the St. Margaret's Parish neighborhood. Faneuil Hall Marketplace has its own customer base. I'm going to echo what the merchants all said. There's currently no other approved dispensaries in the marketplace. This is the only group that's proposing to open here in the marketplace at the #1 tourist attraction in Boston, which is certainly its own ecosystem in my mind. We have many million visitors annually. There's more than enough business to go around as far, in my opinion, seeing the marketplace every day. The vast majority of merchants are in strong support. I would argue potentially a unanimous vote, but I believe there's a couple outstanding. This will certainly help revitalize the north side of the property, especially Durgan Park, which has laid vacant for over 4 years. The foot traffic will certainly increase, which will help the local merchants in Quincy Market, especially coming out of the pandemic and into the post-pandemic world. These folks have been nothing but incredible to work with, especially my man Mike, Eric, and Victor, and the whole team has been nothing but professional. They've listened to every concern that the merchants have had. They've addressed it. They've listened to every safety concern that I have and the management team. And we're in full support of this. And I look forward to the approval and seeing how far this goes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next hand is Harry Jean Jock.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, how you doing? I'm Harry Jean-Jacques, co-founder of Big Hope Project. Actual equity engineer. I've been doing nonprofit work, creating generational wealth for my community over 5 years now. Actually, our leadership helped to create the BCB and at the equity ordinance for economic empowerment and economic applicants. So I think my opinion matters a little bit more than special interest people who just care about profits. This location is very, very special. I think it could do a long way to create equity for our generation. We've never had a place in Faneuil Hall to belong to. That could change that. People from all over the country and the world would come here. I think we could clear up a little bit of miscommunication. I don't think there is a location directly abutting Soul Cannabis, and the next closest one I believe is in South Station. You've had a lot of testimony showing that this location could be, isolated from every other one. It has its own, background and, identity. Again, Black people need a place to belong, especially considering Faneuil Hall's history of slavery. They're doing a lot for the community, giving them back, putting their money where their mouth is. And again, I think the community has talked a lot about uplifting people like Eric and Mike. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next is Charles Burrell.
Hello, thank you, board members, for listening, giving me your ear. My name is Charles Burrell. I'm a Dorchester native, Bostonian, and an artist. And as a creative here in the Boston area, I can't tell you how much this means and how much foot traffic this would bring to the location. Being a creative for all the youth here in the city who have talent, this is inspiring. This is something that we'll talk about for years to come. This definitely needs to happen. I'm in full support 100%. So this is amazing. This needs to happen for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next hand is David JJ.
Hello, yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
How you doing? My name is David Jean-Jacques. I'm a resident of Dorchester, born and raised the last 30 years. I'm a licensed social worker in the Commonwealth, and I'm in full support of Soul Cannabis. I believe there needs to be more equity in this industry. It's ran by 90% white people, and I believe Mike Bivens and Eric Lawrence would be a great part of the community, especially Faneuil Hall, because of how many people are in that area, has a lot of foot traffic, and I believe Boston needs a lot of diversity and equity. They'll be great leaders. They're providing livable wages, housing benefits, and they're even including restorative justice by supporting the Big Hope Project, which does free CORI services and restorative justice services for people in the areas of disproportionate impact. I believe that they're merging a lot of businesses and industries together locally and at the grassroots level. I believe that they're really supporting a lot of people that are in the industry and want to support equity. So I believe there's no reason why Soul Cannabis should have this location, because they're supporting so many small businesses, they're supporting equity, and they're trying to create change. So they have full support of everybody on this call, like I've been hearing, and I believe that the BCB should approve them without a doubt. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next person is Alenka G.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Hello, my name's Alenka Gurley. I'm not from the United States, but I became a citizen around high school, middle school. I'm not comfortable sharing my entire address because I have a permanent restraining order. But I live in Dorchester near Sydney Street. And I connected to the arts because ever since I can remember, I've just always felt the need to make something out of nothing. And art and music are kind of the only two things I have to express myself. Yeah, so I am here to express my complete support for the Soul Cannabis dispensary because it's not just about the cannabis. They support the community. They're trying to support the community. And I'm really impressed with it's not just going to be like one floor. I've honestly never heard of a dispensary opening up several stories of a building and just trying to purchase and restore something and just give back to the community to the extent that they are. So I am really just here to express my support for them. And
Thank you. Next person is Miss Mo.
Sorry, guys, I had troubles unmuting. Hi, I'm Ms. Mofilla, a media personality, born and raised in Dorchester, Mass, Hewan Street to be specific, all my life. And I'm in full support of Soul Cannabis and the project. As a representative and a resident of Boston, I feel like specifically in Faneuil Hall, there's not enough representation of the residents that are actually from Boston. And this project will definitely shine a light and give a diverse eye to a space that we normally wouldn't infiltrate. I'm also a media personality and on the front lines dealing with a lot of the artists and talents that are in the city. And I feel like the resources that are being provided or going to be provided by Soul Cannabis would be 100% helpful in what these artists and talents need in order to set themselves up for success. So I stand in support with the project for Soul Cannabis and think it's absolutely necessary for our representation to show in this area of Boston. Thank you.
Thank you. Next hand is Kevin Andre.
I'm in full support. My name is Kevin Andre, but personally known as Rosewood Bait. I'm a Boston native, Dorchester to be exact. Just wanted to let everyone know that, this is a great idea. I'm in full support of this plan. Just having that event space, just meeting different artists or different different creatives and being able to network and build. I feel like it's a great idea, something that's been lacking. Someone said earlier, being an artist out here, we have to fly out other places just to network things done, but having something in the heart of the city would definitely benefit and push the culture forward. So I'm in full support, and I definitely think this is a great idea.
Thank you. Next person is Michael Ortol.
Hi, my name is Michael Ortol. I'm a economic empowerment social equity applicant and Boston equity participant. I'm also a partner of Eric in Stone's Throw Cannabis at South Station, and I'd like to go on the record and give my full support to Eric and his team. What a great team, Michael Biv and Victor Cheong. They got a solid business plan, solid diversity plan, and a solid positive impact plan. They're given the history of Faneuil Hall, I think it's a great opportunity for this group to come in. I support this group. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person is Selena.
Hi, my name is Selena Fonseca. I am a South End resident, born and raised in Boston all my life. I am full support of Soul Cannabis. I think this is a great opportunity for, for the Black community to expand in the Faneuil Hall areas, in the South End area, if you may or may not know. it's not as diverse. So I think this is great. I did put in the address in my GPS to see how far it is, and it's a lot shorter in ETA time than the other locations like Ascend and the other ones around. Oh, the one in Dorchester is longer time than the one in Faneuil Hall, shorter time from where I live. And I think this is great, and I'm in full support of you guys, and I hope to see this open up.
Thank you. The next hand is Robert Nichols.
Thank you, members of the board. Just want to go on the record. I'm Robert Nichols from born and raised in Dorchester. I'm a partner at Low Key Dispensary at 571B Washington Street. And this was a great presentation. I feel this group is very credible and capable. However, my only concern is the ordinance. Obviously, as a business operator here, I've been operating a real estate company in Boston for the last 10 plus years. And it's very hard in cannabis to get the business up and running, especially for folks of color. And I just think that if the board is going to continually allow different dispensaries to open up in the same, within the buffer zone, we had a dispensary like literally 1 block from us that got approved as well. They were also social equity. Then that should be changed just so that operators can make an informed decision going forward before they invest all of this time, energy, and money into an unknown venture that some of these ventures are not going to survive. And really, I just wanted to go on the record to state that, you know, if we are going to get rid of buffer zones when it comes to social equity applicants in the same region, then just let it be known so that people can make informed decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are all the hands raised. I did have Marlo. Is it Marlo Fogelman?
Hi, thank you, Jasmine. Yeah, my name is Marla Fogelman. I've been a Boston resident, Back Bay, Seaport, Charlestown for over 20 years, and I run one of the region's largest hospitality focused marketing agencies in town, and I have for over 18 years. We work with a number of restaurants and hotels and venues, and post-COVID, downtown has been destroyed, and the more that we can do that brings interesting and new things downtown in a way that most cannabis stores don't offer. I've gone to cannabis stores before, and what this will offer as far as community and an education and the giving back and the staffing, I as a Boston resident and a longtime Boston business owner, think it's a tremendous opportunity that we have to bring downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak who didn't get a chance to speak already? Seeing no hands, the board will take this matter under advisement. And we're going to take a quick break. It's been almost 2 hours, so we'll come back at 2:45. Well, actually not 2:45, 2:46, just to give a few more minutes. We will move on. The next item on the agenda is Haze of South Boston LLC, DBA Simplicity Dispensary. Proposed license premise is 313 Old Colony Ave, South Boston. The license type is the recreational cannabis dispensary license. The proposed hours are 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. 7 days a week. This is an equity applicant. The application was filed March 1st, 2022. They filed with Transactional Services December 31st, 2021, and the community meeting was held on July 28th, 2022. There is no buffer zone conflict. Before we begin with the presentation, I will ask Aaliyah Forrest to read the equity certification.
Thank you, Jasmine. Our office was able to certify Haze of South Boston LLC, doing business as Simplicity Dispensary, as an equity applicant through the documentation submitted by the applicants. Michael Ortol, president of Haze of South Boston LLC, is the beneficial interest holder of 41.01% of Haze of South Boston, and Michael Piers, manager of Haze of South Boston, is the 9.99% beneficial interest holder. Together, both beneficial interest holders meet the 51% ownership interest threshold set forth in the ordinance. Mr. Ortol meets the following criteria. He is a person who has resided in an area of disproportionate impact as defined by the CCC for at least 5 of the past 10 years. He provided documentation, including bills and tax returns, certifying that he has resided in Braintree for at least 5 of the past 10 years. Braintree as a whole is a city that has been designated as an area of disproportionate impact pursuant to CCC guidelines. Mr. Ortol is of Black, African American, Hispanic, Latino, Asian, or Indigenous descent. He has self-identified as Latino and is of Cuban descent. Mr. Ortol's household income is at or below 100% of the area median income. He submitted his tax returns and his annual household income is below the 100% of the area median income in Braintree. And that is Michael Ortol's. Next is Mr. Pierce. Mr. Pierce meets the following criteria. He's a person who is of Black, African American, Hispanic, Latino, Asian, or Indigenous descent. He has self-identified as Black and is of Cape Verdean descent. Mr. Pierce's household income is below 100% of the area median income of Boston. He has sent us his 2021 income tax return. And finally, Mr. Pierce has been certified by the CCC as a economic empowerment applicant and has been a resident of Boston for at least 1 of the last 3 years. He submitted documentation that showed he's an economic empowerment applicant since 2018 and has been a resident of Boston since 2018. Are there any questions about this certification? All right, thanks.
Thank you, Leah. Who is present on behalf of the licensee?
Yes, my name is Colonel Booth. I am the CEO of Hayes of South Boston, DBA Simplicity Dispensary. I'll be conducting the presentation today.
Okay, thank you. You will have 10 minutes. You may share your screen and begin.
Okay. Can you guys see my screen okay?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, so my name is Colonel Booth. I am from Hayes of South Boston. We're proposing to site a retail cannabis dispensary at 313 Old Colony Avenue in South Boston. Our leadership team consists of myself, Marcus Johnson Smith, Michael Pyers, Akeem Raphael, and Mike Ortol. Our company's mission and values primarily are to encourage diversity in hiring, pursue excellence in business operations, provide outstanding customer service, become a compliant cannabis operator, and serve as a valuable community servant. Primarily, our group is 100% minority owned, and with minority ownership comes a focus on respecting the diversity of the community. Where we are located on 313 Old Colony is a mix of different financial, socioeconomic backgrounds, and our goal is to properly respect the uniqueness of this community. Our leadership team is very, very experienced in the cannabis industry. I am a co-founder and former cultivation director of a company called Holistic Health Group. We are a vertically integrated medical marijuana company and adult use cultivation company. I've since left that group about a year and a half ago and formed this group with Marcus, Mike, and Akeem. Collectively, our group has 7 active or provisional licenses spread across us. We are well versed in the compliance issues related to the state. We have conducted numerous successful raises. I have recently raised $1.25 million for my dispensary in Grafton. We are very well versed in operating businesses. Marcus and Mike have run a fairly large organization called Kush Grooves in the greater Boston area. Our site here at 313 Old Colony Avenue, as you can see from the map here, we are right in South Boston. We do not have any buffer zone conflicts. We do not have any high groupings of dispensaries close by. There is only one other dispensary, and it's about roughly slightly under a mile away. Our goal is to provide local and affordable dispensary options. The community is a mix of rich, poor, and everything in between. We want to make sure that we can accommodate the entire demographic so that they have access to quality, tested, regulated cannabis. Just a brief overview of the project here. We are looking to site at the old Supreme House of Pizza. This building has a lot of deferred maintenance, as you can see on the exterior. The Supreme House of Pizza business actually closed a few months ago. They've been having financial hardships for the last year. The building is, so that space is completely vacant. We have secured a 5-year lease on the location. And our group is an economic empowerment and social equity group. We hope to be able to open by, say, late Q4 of 2023. An overview of our security plans. As you can see, the state is very strict in regards to regulations. We are required to have 100% camera coverage on the entire interior of the space. We have a security vestibule that allows us to pre-check customers prior to allowing them to walk directly into the dispensary. We also will have secured camera and lighting on the exterior of the building, which will help add to security. We will have a security agent that is working at all times during the hours of operation, who will be monitoring both the inside and the exterior of the property. One of the benefits of our location is a safe and secured means of bringing product into the building. There is a fenced-in private area that will provide us with building access to be able to move product into the building, as well as move money and such in and out of the building as necessary. We also have off-street parking. Within a 300-foot radius, there are no schools from K through 12. No, there are no K through 12 schools. There are no dispensaries. We have no buffer conflicts whatsoever. We will be servicing the customers who live within about a half-mile radius of our dispensary. And again, from a timeline perspective, our goal after this after this meeting is to hopefully secure an HCA. From there, we would be submitting an application to the Cannabis Control Commission. And subsequently, at some point in 2023, if all goes well, we would be slated to open. So in preparation for this meeting and other meetings that we've had, we've spoken with the neighborhood groups. We've spoken with people who live in and around the neighborhood. We've walked into different buildings. We've met with people in the new high-end condos all the way down to the housing projects that are across the way. And some of these concerns that I'm going to go over today have been some things that have come up from some folks, and we want to make sure we address those. Our goal is to be part of the community and benefit the community positively. And so we want to make sure that we don't negatively impact our neighborhood. Ultimately, the biggest concern is the heroin epidemic that's currently being dealt with in and around the South Boston area, and honestly, all across the nation. We want to stress that the heroin epidemic is not due in any way to marijuana dispensaries or marijuana legalization. Cannabis has not been shown to be a gateway drug that leads people on a path to heroin. Cannabis does not typically increase more adult use. We are highly regulated. We do not allow anyone under the age of 21 to even step foot into the dispensary. All of our products will be sold with child-proof packaging. And cannabis does not increase crime. When people no longer have to go to the black market to purchase cannabis, they're less likely to be in a situation that would lead to crime. So addressing safety, from speaking with people who live around our proposed dispensary space, the major issue is nighttime walking through that area. It's very dark, it's very unsafe. There's typically a lot of people loitering outside of that building. And we want to make sure that's a primary focus for us. Along with retrofitting and renovating our space, we're also going to be contributing funds to the exterior renovation of the plaza, parking upgrades, exterior window and door upgrades, as well as lighting upgrades all around the plaza. lighting as well, and adding cameras. Simple thing is just simply adding lights and cameras around the building will lead to a decrease in crime in that area, and will also provide a safer block for people to walk by during the nighttime. We will have staff security on site. Our security employees will be monitoring both the inside and the outside of the space, and we'll have panic buttons readily available to dispatch police as needed. We are going to have 24-hour indoor and outdoor video surveillance. We have product security in ways that we can load and unload product safely. Youth safety, no one under the age of 21 will be allowed entry into the space. And again, our just monitoring and adding lights and cameras to the building will increase the general community safety. Addressing parking and transportation. So we are close to numerous bus lines. Based on the traffic study done by Fuss and O'Neill, the vast majority of our customers will be using public transportation. And so we are close by numerous bus lines. We're within a walking distance to the Andrew Square MBTA train station. And we also have off-street parking, as well as on-street parking for those folks who will be using drive services such as Uber and Lyft.
You have a minute left.
Oh, okay. Hiring plan. We will be hiring starting wages at roughly $19 per hour. The big benefit of that is the community is in desperate need of local employment that starts with livable wages. Our benefits will include medical, paid time off, paid holidays, and 401k. We have developed a leadership program that will take our employees and educate them and mentor them from entry level to executive level information. We look to staff, 75% of the staff will be Boston residents, hopefully local, 50% will be women, and 75% of our staff will represent the minority and the LGBT community. On-site coordinator will make sure that no one is double parking outside. There will be very minimal impact on local traffic based on the traffic study done by Fuss and O'Neill. We will make sure that no one under the age of 21 can enter the facility.
That is your time if you just want to wrap up briefly.
Yep. Okay, so I'll jump here. For us, next steps will be continue our community outreach. We've met with the community numerous times. We have roughly 200 signatures of support and 10 written letters of support from folks that live directly nearby. And our goal is to establish a direct line of communication with the Andrew Square Civic Association to help us better the community. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll move to questions and comments from the commissioners, starting with Chairwoman Joyce.
Thanks, Jasmine. My first question is, why did you pick this location?
Well, twofold. One is one of the business partners, Mike Pyers, is very familiar with this neighborhood. He grew up in this neighborhood. He walked by this building, almost 2 decades ago, walking to school. And the building in this neighborhood has really been in the same condition for at least 2 decades. The building it's in rough shape. The block is in rough shape. And one of the main reasons we chose this location is that we could help revitalize. We want to start with this block. We revitalize our block, and that's a chain effects that will push.
But beyond that, beyond the physical aspects of the building and the physical location, why this particular part of the neighborhood? With some of the things that are located nearby. There's a housing project, there's a church that provides services to people in recovery. There's some recovery services down there. I'm just curious, as a business person, to me, that would seem like a big uphill battle, why you would explore this. I'm curious, do the landlord incentivize you? I've asked this of other applicants as well. I'm just curious, what makes this attractive to you? Because to me, it would seem like there's a lot of hurdles, especially in the community.
I mean, for us, we are being 100% minority owned. We see this as an opportunity to, one, create examples of leadership and examples of success for people that look like us. Typically, I come from a poor background. Without seeing successful Black men, I would never really be able to aspire to be who I am right now. And I think one of the biggest benefits of what we can give this community is to show that image that a group of men of color can come together and be successful. We are not going to try to hold each other back. We're going to try to uplift each other. And showing that image up front and out in the open, and that's something that we stress to everybody that we've seen, is beneficial. The people that live in the community, especially the men, will greatly benefit from seeing us, from being around us, from being able to learn from us, and just being an example of what we can do when we come together as a group.
Okay, in your presentation, you mentioned this off-street parking.
Yes.
You also mentioned it's gated, and that's where the deliveries are going to be. So where is this parking for the customers that you talked about?
So there are 10 shared parking spots.
Shared
in that
with
area.
who?
Yeah, yep, shared with Rotary Liquors. And so folks kind of come in and out of there. They're in and out of the liquor store within 5 to 7 minutes. So it's shared parking. There's 10 shared off-street parking, and then there is street parking all around. Based off of the report from Fuss and O'Neill, there are, I believe, around 200 parking spots off-street that are within a few blocks.
And then in your presentation, you used the phrase, this will not negatively impact the community. What is your definition of not negatively impacting the community?
Yeah, one, setting an example of, like I mentioned, a lot of the young Black men, Black and brown men in this neighborhood, me being a mentor, they need to see successful Black and brown men to be able to aspire for greatness. That's one example. And also creating jobs, just from talking to people that live in the housing projects, a lot of our signatures came from there. They would love a job where they can walk to work, because not a lot of them have cars. And also, the reality is visually, sometimes we don't get a chance because we don't look like the person trying to hire. And so for us now, we are going to be the ones that are going to be in the hiring position. So people that look like us will be more comfortable coming to us for employment.
Going back towards, you just brought up the community feedback and public support. It was my observation that your community feedback and public support were form letters and a petition.
Yes.
Can you describe for us how you went about obtaining those signatures?
Yep. So what we did over the course of about a month and a half, the group, we went outside and just stood outside the space. I went out there and we just talked to every person that walked by the space and said, our plan is to renovate this building and open a dispensary here. We want to clean this up. And that's how we got the support, by explaining exactly what we're going to do in the building. And people, everyone that we saw was very happy with the fact that we want to clean up that plaza there.
So is it a true statement to say you engaged conversation with each of the people that signed those?
Yes, we did. Yes,
petitions? It wasn't just left inside a storefront somewhere?
No. We stood right outside the space, and some of us walked around. We'd walk into the buildings close by, but for the vast majority of the time, we just stood right outside the dispensary space, and we just talked to everybody that walked by, and that's how we gained all of our support.
Okay, those are the questions I have at this point. I may have other questions after.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Joyce. Commissioner Sankian, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions at this time.
Commissioner Holmes?
I do, and the chairwoman, she actually brought it up. I do know St. Monica's does have NA meetings and NA programs there, so I don't know how this fits into being right across the street. What have you reached out to St. Monica's or the program there, the NA programs there?
So we had a meeting with the Andrew Square Civic Association. I forget the exact date of that. I believe it was July 23rd. And so when we met with that group, the representatives from St. Monica were in attendance. And so we did speak with them, and they addressed their concerns. That's for us, it's a tough subject, because in their eyes, they believe that we would be a negative to the community. But in our eyes, we realize that cannabis doesn't lead to heroin usage in any capacity. All of us in our group we consume cannabis on a regular basis for pain management. When we spoke to them at the pre-outreach meeting, They just kind of laid out how they felt, and that was it. And we felt it was a touchy subject because we can't convince them on the reality that cannabis doesn't lead to heroin. Heroin addicts do not go into dispensaries. I've been into dispensaries. I've been in the cannabis industry for a few years now. Folks that are struggling with heroin addiction, they are not spending $50, $60 on marijuana. They're spending their money on their addiction. So I felt it was a very difficult situation, and we decided to just listen to what they had to say, because no matter what we said, we can't solve the problem of the heroin epidemic locally. We can just do what we set out to do, which is to provide jobs and give opportunities for folks that live nearby.
Well, everybody that goes to NA, first of all, is not a heroin addict. And people who are going to NA may find it tempting to have a dispensary right across the street from them. So that is a big concern, because people who utilize NA, and they're not all heroin addicts. There are people who are trying to get their lives back on track. And just the possibility that the temptation of the dispensary literally being directly across the street from them, it's concerning. And I agree with you. That's not the concern of everybody. And I hear what you're saying there. But again, I am with the chairwoman that I can't for the life of me understand how you chose this location, because it's just so many obstacles to me, for you to overcome, to even open right here on this corner. That's a tough corner.
Yeah, no, I completely understand that. I mean, overcoming obstacles is what I've done since I immigrated to this country. And this is just another challenge in my life, especially with the group. We saw a building that needed a facelift. We saw a problem with the loitering that's happening outside the building. We saw a business that was failing, and we said, we can change this. We're the ones that are going to step up and invest money into this plaza, invest money into this business, and invest money into this community, because honestly, that spot has not been successful over the last 2 decades. No one else has tried to do anything really there.
And the loitering that you observed, can you give me a little clearer picture of that? What did you observe?
So just to be frank, we see heroin addicts sleeping on the sidewalk. That's some of the things we're seeing there. People passed out right on the sidewalk there. It's tough to see, and for us, we know that, we can help at least remove that from that block by breathing life into that block. We can't solve the problem, but at least we can provide some positivity in that area. Because in reality, the people that live in that neighborhood who are not in NA or have any other issues, they're tired of seeing it themselves. They're tired of seeing the building fall apart. They're tired of seeing businesses fail at the pizza shop space. They're tired of, seeing the business fail. They're just tired of no one doing anything there. And so the fact that we're willing to do that and invest money, we've gotten all support from everyone we've spoken with, because no one else has reached out to try to do that.
And as far as like the security, are you going to have somebody around the building? I mean, how you just said you had people loitering and sleeping. How are you going to prevent that? Because I'm assuming these people, because of they're homeless, I'm guessing. And how are you going to enable that, even though you fix up your building, that once you close up and go home, that's not going to happen?
Well, so one of the things we noticed on the block, our block and a block down from us, is that the blocks that have the new buildings, the new facades, for some reason, there's no loitering going on out there. Okay. They're loitering right in front of our building because our building is not in great cosmetic condition.
Yeah. Does the liquor store, does the adjacent liquor store have the same issues?
Yeah, I mean, it starts right where, the parking is. There's loitering from the end of the parking lot all the way down to the pizza shop. So it's that whole block for the most part, yeah.
So is your renovation encompassing all that, the variety store, the liquor store, and your establishment?
Yep. So our plan is we're going to be raising roughly, about 1.25 to 1.5 million, and we're going to be contributing funds to rent. We want to renovate the entire plaza. We want to work with the landlord and say, listen, we want to invest not only in our business, but we want to invest in your asset and make this overall plaza a lot more beautiful for people to walk by and people to look at.
But, so do you have the same landlord as the other two
Yeah.
businesses?
Yep.
Okay.
The plaza is owned by one company.
Okay, and have you had this discussion with them about this this renovation?
Right. So the landlord is actually trying to do some renovations themselves. I believe they're talking about redoing the front facade, and we did mention that we are going to be raising money to put towards that. I think any landlord would be happy with somebody willing to put $100,000 on the outside of their building, no strings attached.
Okay, that's all the questions I have for now. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lambos, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I just have one question about just the employment plan. I think it's great that this applicant is trying to breathe life into this area, particularly in that spot, and just wanted to get a sense of what is the recruitment plan and retention plan, and I might have missed it, but how many employees you plan to try to initially hire, and then also just what your experience has been, just to share your track record in employing residents from this neighborhood or that have been disproportionately impacted.
Yeah. So one of the things, our plan, so we are going to be hiring roughly around 15 employees initially. It'll be a mix of part-time and full-time. And we are only going to initially market to folks that are within walking distance of the space. Primarily, we want to hire ultimately folks that can walk to work. We don't have to worry about inclement weather issues or anything like that. We don't have to worry about paying for parking. I have already been focusing on the buildings close by. We've been collecting email addresses for people who are looking for employment, the vast majority of them being men of color. So one thing we stressed was that we just want to give you a job that you can walk to. You don't have to worry about public transportation. And so, we're looking to hire roughly 75%. Our staff will be minorities, veterans, and from the LGBT community that are within walking distance of the space. From my standpoint, working with companies, working with people from disproportionate communities, like I am a person from disproportionate communities, and just so, as well as some of my business partners, we have been focusing on that because we are severely underrepresented in the industry. And so this is an opportunity where the physical location actually has diversity. Some of my other businesses, unfortunately, they're outside, they're in central Massachusetts, and some of the areas have little to no diversity. So that's been a challenge just because of travel. But this right here is going to be the perfect opportunity for us to do that.
Okay, I might have some other questions later, but thank you for that answer.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the commission? Chairman Joyce?
Yes, Colonel or one of your partners. So this was Supreme Pizza, correct?
Yes.
I'm also chair of the Boston Licensing Board. So in that capacity, we license Supreme Pizza, and they were actually on our agenda in July to extend their hours. And then that morning of the hearing, they called and said they're closed. Mm-hmm. So I'm trying to get at, how did you find this place? Did the landlord find you?
No.
Because this seemed like it was, but just 1 second, because my question is that here we had an active business that was open, looking to expand in the morning of the hearing, requesting the expansion. They said they were closing down. And I see that you're going to be paying upon opening $10,000 a month. So is the landlord getting any of the profits over that rent? Is the landlord sharing in any profits?
Nope. So I can give you the backdrop of this location. So one of the things that I did was I was driving all through Boston trying to find any distressed property. So I'm primarily in real estate. And so I do what's called driving for dollars, right? I drive around looking for distressed properties all the time. And so this property popped up when I was driving through Boston, and I just approached the landlord because I didn't even, when I originally looked at it, I didn't even know the businesses were still open because it looked so bad on the exterior. So when we spoke with the landlord, he mentioned that there is a struggling tenant in the space. I mentioned that I wouldn't need the space for at least a year or more. And so we came to agreement where I was able to pay to hold the space of Supreme Pizza because Supreme Pizza has not paid rent in almost 12 months.
Okay, and the landlord, you're just paying $10,000 flat rate. The landlord, the Patels, are not getting a piece of your profits.
No, they're not.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's my question.
Any other additional questions from the commissioners?
I just had one actually that popped up. Something that you mentioned early on in the presentation, which I'm not sure that I saw the demographics, but you mentioned that it was a very socioeconomically diverse area, and I was wondering, can you provide like any kind of whether it be census information or information about the area, sort of that half mile around it and its economic diversity?
So it's funny because our location is almost right smack in the middle of the old South Boston and the new South Boston, right? So where we're physically located, to the right of us, you'll see, condos that are $800,000 to $1 million. To the left of us, there are housing projects where, where people are still, where there's high crime, high drug use, high violence. So we're right smack in the middle of tough socioeconomic times and prosperous socioeconomic times. And we want to hire from the community that needs it. There's not, the folks that really need, opportunities are the ones that are living in these housing projects. These are the folks that they don't pass the visual test. They may not have suits. They may not have resumes. They need people that are not afraid to approach them and give them an opportunity. And that's who we are. Yeah,
I'm just thinking more in terms of your customer base, right? Do you foresee that you have enough of a foot traffic of a customer base, because the product that's sold in stores is much more expensive than the product that's sold outside of the store. So to have that do you foresee like a reasonable customer base that can afford? And I know you said that you'll provide product at different price points, but even for your own profitability, you have to set a certain
Usually it's not that
low.
Right.
So just kind of do you foresee enough foot traffic for the business in terms of like what the current price point is for product within establishments?
Right. And so one of the benefits of us is that we've identified, with the industry being, I guess, mature at this point, we're starting to see drastic price drops. I come from a cultivation background, and the cost per pound of cannabis flower is dropping month by month by month. So prices are going down. They're going down to the level of the black market, which is what we need it to be at in order to compete in any industry. Anywhere in the state, we need to be able to compete with the black market. So for us, we keep that in mind, and we create pricing tiers that are one to fight to combat black market, and two, for a higher end market. So we're going to have product for people that are used to buying it from someone on the street that's buying unregulated, untested product. We have to compete with that. So we will have low price products that come in, and I do have vendors that do have product that is priced in a way that we can provide a lower tiered option and still make money. But we will also have the higher end options as well. We are, like I was saying, we're right smack in the middle of the development in that area. And once this plaza is rejuvenated, we're going to get people from both areas of the community, and we're going to have something for everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other additional questions from the commissioners? Seeing none, we'll move to public testimony, beginning with elected officials or their representatives.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Chair people. I'm Anna White with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. ONS held an abutters meeting regarding Hayes LLC on July 28th, 2022. Close to 60 people attended the meeting. Opposition to the project was nearly unanimous. Concerns raised during the meeting involved traffic, how dangerous the rotary is at that location, high levels of addiction in the neighborhood, and the fact that the site is between two housing developments, multiple preschool programs, and near 30 AA meetings that take place each week directly in the abutting area. A few residents liked the proposal and the improvement to the corner that it would bring. Every South Boston Neighborhood Association has stated their opposition to this location, as has a bordering Dorchester Neighborhood Association, the South Boston Neighborhood House, the Gavin Foundation, St. Monica's Church, Core Investments, Fourth Presbyterian Church, and the Joseph Dodo Need Foundation. The members of the Andrew Square Civic Association, which is the neighborhood association for this location, unanimously voted to oppose this proposal. Many abutters and residents, over 100, have also written in opposition. Our office will defer to the board at this time. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Madam of the Chair, members of the board. Ana Calderon from Council President Flink's office. The councilor would like to go on record in opposition to this proposal. This proposal is in close proximity to several youth-based programs, including the Oli Preschool, a Head Start program at the Turney Learning Center, which provides nurturing, healthy educational programs for children raised in housing developments, and the Fourth Presbyterian Church, which offers year-round programs for neighborhood children. There are many nearby youth sports leagues in the neighborhood, as well as this area is a hub for our children and families at Mockley Park. Moreover, the South Boston remains a community in recovery, and the overflow from Mass and Casa area into Andrew Square at the surrounding neighborhoods here has negatively impacted their quality of life. There are also concerns with high pedestrian and vehicular traffic, with one of the most dangerous roads to navigate in the neighborhood on Old Colony Avenue. This dispensary will attract customers from all over, with cars pulling in and out of to park or to double park, and which will result in block of visibility for other vehicles and put both cars and pedestrians alike in danger. The councilor is opposed to this proposal due to these concerns. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Julie Ryan for Boston City Councilor Frank Baker's office. Due to the overwhelming show of opposition, we would like to also go on record in opposition of this proposal. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Haley Dillon from Senator Nick Collins' office. Senator would also like to stand with the neighborhood groups, the abutters, everybody in opposition. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. This is Karen Zirkle from Representative David Beal's office. The representative would like to go on record that he is opposed to this project, and written testimony has been provided. Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is members of the board.
Yep, go ahead, Mary.
Oh, okay, sorry. I didn't know if you could hear me. This is Mary Koski with Councilor Flaherty's office, and we did send in a letter with all the reasonings, and all our colleagues have stated the same thing. It's a place of recovery. It's in a spot where there's all children. It's just the location is just not a good one, and we want to go on record strongly opposing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Are there any other elected officials or other representatives that would like to speak? Seeing no one, we'll move to those who signed up via the link. I just want to remind everybody there's a 2-minute limit, and we've received numerous correspondence in regards to this proposal. So if you can offer anything additional to what you have already submitted in writing, that would be great. We do not weigh written testimony more than spoken or vice versa. So Allison.
Thank you, Jasmine. Alexandra Duplin, if you're available, please proceed. No, how about Greg Starosky?
Hi, my name is Greg Starosky. I'm a business owner. I'm also the co-chair of the development committee for the Andrew Square Civic Association. What's been echoed through with everyone, it's location, location, location. This location is ridiculous. So I strongly disagree with this proposal, and wish we were not against these type of businesses. We're just against this location. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Father Joe White. Father Joe, if you're available, please proceed.
I am, and thank you. Good afternoon. Kudos, Mr. Booth, on your presentation. And I'd like to say that realizing there's rigorous security and safety and control and monitoring and process with CCC guidelines, and recognizing what we just sat through in the downtown area, the last aroma I smelled last night and the first aroma I smelled this morning in my location, in my rectory, was weed. And just to take note, the location that you propose, again, kudos on your presentation. And I would like to say, how can we assist you for a different location? As one of the founding fathers of the recovery programs in that area, I would vehemently oppose that location. The crosswalk for children has guards at it, crossing guards throughout the day, the recovery programs around it, the churches around it, and the two housing developments. You mentioned Old and New South Boston. They used to be referred to as Old Harbor and Old Colony, but they're still the housing developments. And I used to say also that we went from the housing developments to Brad Marchand and Jonathan Papabon. That was the stretch of the geography around us. And yes, it is a variety of folks, but that in and of itself is not helpful. So as a faith-based organizer and a founding father of the recovery programs there, I would go on record as vehemently opposing that location.
Thank you, Father. Mary Moore, if you're available, please proceed.
Yes, my name is Mary Moore. I'm speaking in opposition to this proposal. As you do your follow-up to this meeting, I urge you to consider Table A, which is part of the Massachusetts cannabis regulations. And at the very bottom of Table A are considerations for the suitability of cannabis applicants and applications within a 5-year look-back period. Preserving public welfare is at the heart of this part of Table A. And with that in mind, I hope you will conduct what I understand is standard due diligence in relation to this particular application. I assume your due diligence review of the public record as it relates to applications like this one might include reviewing civil litigation. I also assume that your due diligence would include a thorough vetting of the open internet and social media sites such as Facebook. Our neighborhood welcomes such due diligence. We assume the purpose of this standard public records review would be to rule out anything that could create instability when a cannabis operation opens in a community, as this one is proposing to do. Similar to other neighborhoods, your due diligence on this application is critical because the welfare of Andrews Square residents could depend on it. We can't afford instability at 313 Old Colony Avenue. We're a fragile neighborhood socially and economically, and we desperately need a business operator in this location that's a positive anchor and partner for the neighborhood, one built on a solid foundation, and that one that will foster peace and stability in our community. I just want to address a couple of things that Colonel Booth said and a commissioner said. We haven't had an opportunity to cite a business in this Supreme Pizza or formerly Supreme Pizza location. It's just come free. Give us a chance to find a true community serving business, one that welcomes the whole community. A cannabis operation serves some people, not children, not many people. It will be closed off to many. Give us a chance to really breathe life into that space. And also, I appreciate.
Mary, that's your 2 minutes. Thank you.
Mary Fisk, if you're available, please proceed.
Thank you, Allison. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Mary Fisk, and I'm representing the South Boston Neighborhood House today on this call. I'm also a resident and a homeowner in South Boston. The thing that's most concerning to us is that we run a early education and care universal preschool. Within that circle that Mr. Booth showed in his presentation about the half-mile service, we serve 45 children ages 3 and 4, and we would like to go on record, in addition to our the letter that we have already submitted to the committee, opposing this proposal due to its location. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. David DeCourcy, if you're available, please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Dave DeCourcy. I'm the director of the Divine Recovery Center at 70 Divine Way, representing the Gavin Foundation. We're a substance abuse and mental health treatment provider in South Boston. Our building is located about 500 feet from the proposed location. In 2021, we've helped 2,400 people directly at Divine. We also hold 13 self-help meetings weekly, women's meetings, Al-Anon, Spanish-speaking self-help meetings, and 12-step meetings. Gavin Foundation Center for Recovery Services is located at 210 Old Colony Ave. It's only a few blocks from the proposed location. We offer individual and group treatment for adults and families who are struggling with substance abuse and addiction. And they treat over 1,000 people annually. St. Monica's Church at 331 Old Colony Ave in South Boston, directly beside the proposed location, hosts 12 self-help meetings weekly. The Ollie School at 1187 Columbia Road, directly across the street from the proposed site, hosts 8 self-help meetings weekly in the parking lot. Fourth Presbyterian Church at 340 Dorchester Street hosts 6 self-help meetings weekly. The exit to this building is on Vinton Street, which leads directly to the location of the proposed shop. For those meetings, we are against.
Thank you. Dave Nagel, if you're available, please proceed.
Hello. I just want to say that this location is a bad location. Also, 71 Hilleran Street was just approved by the board, and it's 0.055 miles from this location. I know that's outside the buffer zone, but by 5/100ths of a mile. And it is, if you take a walk from Andrew Square, it's less than 800 yards. So this community already is served by a cannabis location. And it doesn't need another one. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sean Pagani, if you're available, please proceed.
Hey, this is Sean Pagani. So not to repeat the dead horse here, but location is not great for this. There are plenty of, and I'm not opposed to cannabis shops. I just think location is not great. There are plenty of other areas in South Boston that would be great for this business. If I think about it, like the Ironworks development, far more industrial, far less residential, that would be a good sort of type of spot for this in my mind. You know, I agree also, like cannabis is not a gateway to heroin. These aren't your customers, but when you're an addict and you look up and you see a legal drug shop right where you are passing out or doing drugs, it's not really, you know, that must be really difficult to sort of look at and sort of justify that in your mind. So other things aren't great. You know, it's a cash only business, not really safe for customers, for employees. Being robbed is a real concern walking out of that place or walking into that place. And cameras and security guards don't really do anything to stop that. I mean, really, it doesn't really matter. You know, I do live on Vincent Street. I walk my dog multiple times a day past that area. I agree, it does need, something needs to be done there, but some other business would be great. Also, I know I go by multiple times a day. I never saw anyone there. You know, I was never approached by anyone about this business. So I think that you maybe aren't being super genuine about your outreach to the community. And most of your signatures come from the housing project, as you stated. You're not really representative of the entire neighborhood. It's just a sort of certain subset of the neighborhood. So again, I think if you did greater outreach, you might find more opposition there, or at least better conversation, more conversation. We talked about there is a preschool within half a mile. It's in that circle. And generally, like in terms of parking, people are just going to double park. You can't stop that. They're just going to do it. It's going to cause traffic. It's going to cause accidents. And the other concern, we just talked about it again, but there are AA meetings all over at the church on Vinton and Dorchester, not just in St. Monica's, and in the other parking lots, as David mentioned. So, you know, opposed on the location, but
Sean, that is your 2 minutes. Thank you.
And that concludes all the folks who signed up to speak online.
All right, we are gonna move to those who have their hand raised. I see the Andrew Square Civic Association has their hand raised.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Zablocki. I'm president of the Andrew Square Civic Association and a lifelong resident of Andrew Square. They have already mentioned all the reasons why this proposed business should not be going in this area. It is the location, but I would like to make just a little historical claim here. That was once an area that was supposed to be for the two family developments that are there, because we are an absolute food medical desert. At one time, they had clinics in the developments, but they don't even have that anymore. The people that live in there are really just stranded. And there are the daycares, and I would like to make, and there's a huge park across the street, which the government is putting in millions of dollars. And so across the street from this beautiful park that's going to be done over would be a cannabis store. It doesn't make sense. If this was a liquor store, we'd still be opposing it, because we need something for all the people, all the children, all the families. And just to make mention that playgrounds have been recognized as an area not to be within a cannabis area by the state, and Cambridge has just recognized this. Colonel, I'd like to debate you on the direct line of communication with Andrew Square Civic. There has not been a direct line. The only time that we've talked was basically when we had to arrange meetings. And you also made mention to us at one of the meetings that you were paying the rent on a pizza parlor in order to hold that. Revitalizing the block, if that was truly your intention, would be doing a food store and medical services for people all around the area. The parking spots, there might be 7, possibly 8, and that is also for the liquor store. The traffic down there is terrible. There are 2 crossing guards for all the children that go by there. These are young, impressionable people to be adults. And if that is all that is there, that they can't even enter the store, it's not really fair. And I do not recall, and Patty is here, and John Pekatowski, who is also on the board of Andrew Square Civic, that on the meeting, you said there were representatives from St. Monica's. We don't recall anybody from St. Monica's being there. And as far as renovations, you talked about the whole building. You did mention to us that you would be interested in buying that whole block. We have tried for years to get those people to sell. The place is in absolute deplorable condition. The store that is there for the people that live there is a disgrace and should be shut down. You know what the building looks
That
like.
is your 2 minutes.
Thank
Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this proposal that didn't get a chance to speak yet? No, seeing none, the board will take this matter under advisement. Thank you. Right. The next item we have is Build a Life Legacy LLC, DBA The Pot. The proposed license premise is 536 to 538 River Street, Mattapan. The license type is a retail recreational cannabis dispensary. The proposed hours of operation are Monday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m., Friday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 9 p.m., and Sunday, 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. This is an equity applicant. The application was filed on April 5th, 2022. The date they filed with Inspectional Services were April 26, 2022, and the community meeting was held on September 21st, 2022. Before we begin the presentation, we will ask Aaliyah to speak about the equity certification.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Sorry, Drew, can you unshare your screen for a second? Sorry.
My bad.
That's okay.
Our office was able to certify Build a Life Legacy LLC, doing business as The Pot, as an equity applicant through the documentation submitted by the applicants. Marquise Cohen is the CEO and 51% beneficial interest holder of Build a Life Legacy LLC, meeting the 51% ownership interest threshold set forth in the ordinance. Mr. Cohen meets the following criteria. He's a person who has resided in the city of Boston for the past 7 years. Mr. Cohen has submitted documentation in the form of his driver's license, utility bills, and phone bills that establishes he has been a resident of Boston and Mattapan since at least 2014. Mr. Cohen is of Black, African American, Hispanic, Latino, Asian, or Indigenous descent. He has self-identified as Black and provided his birth certificate and driver's license. Mr. Cohen Finally, Mr. Cohen has an annual household income that is at or below 100% of the area median income of Boston. Mr. Cohen submitted his recent tax returns and his W-2, in which an income below 100% of the area median income was reported. Are there any questions about this certification?
Thank you, Aaliyah. Who is present on behalf of the licensee?
Me, Drew Ledbetter. May I share?
May now share your screen.
No worries. It's a little slow, so I was trying to get ahead of it.
Wow.
Right. Good afternoon. Give me a second to get this presentation up on my screen. Can you guys see the presentation?
Not yet, it still says sharing screen. There it goes.
Got it. Good afternoon, and thank you, Chairwoman Joyce and Boston Cannabis Board Commissioners, elected officials, and community members present with us today. My name is Drew Ledbetter, and I'm humbled to have the opportunity to testify today on behalf of Build a Life Legacy LLC. Build a Life Legacy was formed in January 2021 by Marquise Cohen and myself. From the beginning, our mission was simple. We wanted to revitalize the community we grew up in by becoming business owners so that we could empower and elevate all of those around us. Our company will be doing business as The Pot, and our primary commitment will always be to serve the community in every way. We want to be good neighbors, trusted employers, and a community resource for job training and education around cannabis. We also want to have an active hand in increasing our community's access to whole foods by supporting all urban agriculture efforts currently happening in Mattapan. We are 100% minority owned and controlled. Our leadership team is made up of Marquise Cohen, our Chief Executive Officer, a 41-year Mattapan resident. Mr. Cohen comes with 10 years of high-end retail operations and leadership experience. He's a founding member of Basketball Life Athletics and continues to serve as a volunteer coach at various Mattapan community centers. Curly Nicholas is our Chief Financial Officer. Mr. Nicholas was raised in Mattapan, attended Boston Latin Academy. He has over 13 years of sales and leadership experience and is currently the youngest sales director with Procter & Gamble. Leslie Pasquale Esposito is our Chief Technology Officer. Mrs. Esposito was raised in the Greater Mattapan Neighborhood District on the Dorchester side and attended Boston Latin School as well. She's a 20-year technology professional with experience in highly regulated markets. Karen Chacon is our Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. Ms. Chacon has more than 20 years experience working in public service. She's currently an executive director of a local nonprofit in Boston. And myself, Drew Ledbetter, Chief Operating Officer. I moved to Mattapan from Venezuela in 1990 and witnessed my mother open the first Caribbean Airmail branch right on Blue Hill Avenue. I'm a Boston Latin School and Boston College graduate and transitioned into cannabis from my previous 17-year career in nursing. Our team has a strong commitment to justice, diversity, and equity, as well as inclusion. The Pot will be a safe and accessible workplace for all team members, regardless of race, gender, ethnicity, religion, sexual orientation, or gender identity. We will be ADA compliant with parking and facilities, as well as have gender neutral bathrooms on site. We want to create and maintain a comprehensive recruitment plan. We'll partner with existing organizations that serve people with disabilities, the BIPOC populations, LGBTQ&I, as well as transition and reentry programs locally. We are also looking to seek out diverse vendors and service providers to partner with for our shelf space. Because justice, diversity, equity, and inclusion is at the core of our purpose, we are probably the only team that will have the full-time diversity, equity, and inclusion officer on site with an office that is actually not at our dispensary, but at the next door Mattapan Square building. Our goal is to stay on top and maintain active community engagement. Karen Chacon will serve in this role and will create a JDE&I committee made up of staff and leadership that will oversee all JDE&I activities. The committee will meet regularly to review and report on all of our goals. They'll be involved in team member hiring, will assist in capturing qualitative information from our team so we can maintain an inclusive work culture. The committee will also be tasked with regular reporting of goals to the entire company, as well as our local community partners, to the city and state and regulatory bodies. It will also serve as the body to review and handle any internal grievances that are filed. This role will also serve as a liaison and contact for any concerns that may arise that need immediate attention from our community. If our team looks familiar to you, it's because we previously applied to the BCP at a different location last September 2021. Our team successfully obtained a host community agreement from this board last November. And the day before our ZBA hearing in January 2022, our landlord of the previous location made changes in the terms that were inconsistent with the previously signed letter of intent. Being unable to resolve those changes, the Build a Life Legacy team decided that we needed to find a new location. We reached out to our community partners and support to try to find a new location. Being that we grew up in Mattapan, we wanted to spend a lot of our time in Mattapan, and we had spent a lot of time building relationships and engaging with the community. We actually connected with the Mattapan Main Streets leadership. They made an introduction to their landlord, and we were able to secure a location right in Mattapan Square. Our new location is 536 to 538 River Street in Mattapan. The facility is a commercially zoned facility, is 3.3 miles away from the nearest open marijuana establishment, does not have any buffer zone conflicts with any previously approved or proposed marijuana establishments, even the ones that are not quite open yet. It's also 500 feet from a public or private school or adult daycare and recovery centers. It is a secure brick building with central access. It's a densely populated area in Mattapan Square with over 80 businesses within a 0.25 mile radius of our proposed location. We have our operating hours that we would like to see Monday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m., Friday and Saturday, 10 a.m. to 9 p.m., and Sunday, 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. We've also agreed to work on an appointment-only basis on Sundays from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. when the Church of the Holy Spirit is in service to minimize activity around our store during church service hours. We will have indoor queuing in an indoor space as well as outdoor queuing in our parking lot to avoid sidewalk congestion and multiple point of sale stations to ensure efficient customer flow. Our team was fortunate enough to secure an existing underutilized parking parcel adjacent to our building. We will have 8 to 10 dedicated and private parking spaces on site. Team members will have access to subsidized T-passes, Blue Bike memberships as part of their employee benefits as a way to encourage and incentivize our team to use public transit. In addition, they will have access to the nearby public parking lots in Mattapan Square at the Mattapan Square MBTA station, which is about a 3-minute walk from our location. Mattapan Square Blue Bike location is about a 0.1 mile walk from our location. And again, there are no buffer zones conflicts for this space. Upon the first visit to the pod, clients will sign a Mattapan Community Client Agreement, agreeing that they have been adequately educated in how to handle, transport, and consume their products, but most importantly, agreeing to not be a nuisance to our neighbors. We will have zero tolerance for public consumption of cannabis and any other illegal activity under the law. Littering and loitering will not be allowed, and anyone who double parks in front of the facility or parks in the church parking lot will not be allowed to enter our facility. We also plan to impact the community in unique ways. We plan on participating in the planned Mattapan Public Art Project, using our external street-facing wall to add to the beautification efforts in the community. We will achieve membership in community gardens, the Kennedy Gardens right next door, and use the space to educate our neighbors and improve access to urban agriculture. We'll be a trusted community education center, investing in educational kiosks as well for our clients to learn more about the benefits of the plan. Most importantly, we will curate a Mattapan culture exhibit within our indoor queuing area. We want to serve as a melting pot for all things Mattapan, art, culture, and history. We also plan to create over 30 new jobs over the next 3 years. In Mattapan, our employment plan will focus on hiring at least 80% Boston residents with a priority place on Mattapan residents, 51% BIPOC, 51% women. Starting salaries above the industry standard, and we'll be starting at $18.50 an hour. In addition, we will commit a percentage of the profits to create a bonus program for our employees. Our complete employee package with the benefits and incentives will be valued well over $24 an hour, which is above industry standards. We will also offer medical, dental, retirement plans, monthly subsidized T-Pass membership, Blue Bike membership, and health and wellness incentives. Our full-time director of DE&I and community outreach will ensure that our hiring plan is non-discriminatory and will actively use re-entry programs and transitional programs to help recruit staff. The POP's business plan was guided and influenced by the community feedback. We've collected over 270 signatures of support from community members, in addition to over 60 letters of support that were sent directly to the Boston Cannabis Board. We've obtained a letter of support from our district councilor, Ricardo Arroyo, and our city councilor at large, Julia Mejia and Ruthie Louisiane. We have received verbal support from our state senator, Nick Collins. And at the 11th hour, we received our letter of support from the Greater Mattapan Neighborhood Council earlier this week, which was also reflecting the position of the Edgewater Civic Association. We spent a lot of time in the community, listening to concerns, adjusting our plans to ensure people felt heard and valued in their feedback. Due to our proven commitment to Mattapan, we received a verbal non-opposition from Representative Armstrong at our Greater Mattapan Neighborhood Zoning meeting and have formed a coalition that includes all the River Street and Edgewater business owners and the Church of the Holy Spirit to ensure that we're good neighbors and are working together for the betterment of the community. We've partnered with Settronics for our security needs and will remain compliant with all of the CCC guidances for security. And one highlight of our security plan is that we are adding an additional perimeter alarm and 180-degree camera facing the church lot for additional surveillance of private parking owned by the church to help increase surveillance of that property. We have also partnered with state licensed social equity owned Eagle Eye Transport for secure transport of all of our product and monies to and from our site. We're dedicated to ensuring that cannabis is only accessible to adults over the age of 21 and certified medical patients. We're going to have secured entry with ID scan to verify that you're 21 plus, using the technology that TSA uses as well as triple check procedure to make sure that every ID is checked at the door, at the point of sale, and before checkout.
And
I'd like to close.
a minute if you want to wrap it up.
Okay, I'd like to close with a quote from our CEO, Mr. Cohen. We truly believe that the betterment of our community begins with us, the residents. We will create a culture of business ownership that sets the standard for how business in Mattapan should be done. We deserve the best, so we want to be the best. Thank you.
Thank you. We will move to questions and comments from the board members, starting with Chairwoman Joyce.
Thank you, Jasmine. At this time, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Commissioner St. Ian.
I don't have any questions either. Thank you. Thanks, Drew.
Commissioner Holmes.
I do. I think Ms. Ledbetter, did you say that there were no schools or childcare facilities within 500 yards?
Private or public schools, there is the ABCD daycare center across the street.
Exactly. Okay. All right. That was it. Okay. Thank you.
No worries.
Commissioner Waddles. Commissioner Lumbos. Oh, I think she's.
Is this when she said she had to?
Yeah, I think she's All right, do any other commissioners have any follow-up questions? All right, we'll move to public testimony, beginning with elected officials or their representatives.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Eric James with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. So the applicant for 536 to 538 River Street held their abutters meeting on September 21st, 2022. This was met with a lot of support and some opposition at the meeting. Some of the support surrounded the fact that it was a new small business, minority-owned business with an emphasis on Black ownership and also women ownership. And then also that they believe there's not many that currently existed in Mattapan at the time. The opposition surrounded safety concerns in relation to loitering, drug use, and crime. And that currently the area experiences already loitering, unsafe behavior from those who frequent the liquor store that's in close proximity, and also the traffic and the traffic congestion and hours of operation on Sundays, as this is located in close proximity to the Church of the Holy Spirit. They also met with the Greater Mattapan Neighborhood Council, which opted to support this project with these specific provisos. So they would like the operations on Sundays to be after the hours of service for the Church of the Holy Spirit on River Street. They would like the parking lot design to be further reviewed by the Boston Transportation Department to ensure adequate parking. They would like to continue to, them to continue to participate in the Edgewater area business group to improve the physical condition of the immediate area. And they would also like them to adhere to the stated community participation in area cleanups and betterment. As of now, our office has a total of 3 letters of support and 1 letter of opposition, including the one that I have read from the Greater Mattapan Neighborhood Council.
Hi, Eric. I don't know if I can speak.
Did you have something to say?
No, I was just, and I think Greater Mattapan will speak too. No, there was a change on that first provision from the Greater Mattapan Neighborhood Council. The correction was that we would continue and agree to do appointment only during our Sunday morning hours.
Okay. Are there any other elected officials or representatives that would like to speak? Seeing none. I also just want to point out Commissioner Lumbos is on. She had issues unmuting herself, but she is on and listening. She didn't have any further questions for the applicant. We can now move through those who signed up via the chat. Allison, if you want to go through those names.
Thanks, Jasmine. First up is Fatima Ali Salam. If you're available, please proceed.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Fatima Ali Salam. I live at 34 Burma Street in Mattapan, in close proximity actually to the proposed location. As Eric James, the Mattapan liaison, had stated, we had sent in the GMNC a letter in support with certain provisos. The only reason that I additionally wanted to speak is to emphasize that one of our concerns overall is to make sure in our area that any business that comes within is in order to strengthen the area for residents as well as other businesses. We've been working closely right now in the area with Captain Flynn from Area B3 because of the concern of prostitution that has also come into the immediate area. Directly across from ABCD has been pointed out earlier. They are, this licensing board, which Chair Kathleen Joyce knows, had gone in also approved a change of venue for the Camille Liquor Store right around the corner from where its current location is. And the GMNC board wanted to ensure that this business, if it comes in, is allowed to come in, would be working in conjunction with all of the businesses to address not only the loitering, but the sheer amount of trash in the area. What a lot of people don't acknowledge is that this directly abuts the Neponset River. It also will directly abut the Neponset Greenway extension trail, which is going to go all along that side. And all of these things and responsibilities mean that all of those businesses must go and adhere to better business practices. And that is the basis for our involvement, is to make sure that if you are living or working in that area, you have a civic responsibility to do right by everyone. Nobody gets a pass from this neighborhood council. And Drew Ledbetter knows we have asked her extensively to make sure that she is, even though that many people are not thrilled.
That is your 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Next is Sheila Azores. Ms. Azores, if you're available, please proceed.
Yes, thank you. Our neighborhood, I live in Mattapan and I'm a member of the Church of the Holy Spirit. And our neighborhood in Mattapan is really quite fragile right now. Prostitution, and we have vagrants, all in the vicinity and living with this kind of chaos. We have children and we have elderly. Mattapan is primarily consisting of elderly and children. And so in order to revitalize and serve a community, we're talking about a community of children. We have a daycare center. We have an after-school program at our church. We have an immigrant English language acquisition program at our church. We have food distribution at our church. So we are serving the community, and the pot shop would serve as a detriment to our community. I am adamantly opposed to the pot shop. We have people now who use the liquor store and come over to the church parking lot and drink liquor. And we would anticipate that the pot shop patrons would come into their cars and in our parking lot, and as well, or in the green space area just behind. There is limited parking. There's only one way into their parking and one way out, and there's only 9 spaces. Right now, this is a horribly congested area, and I would implore the commission to ask deeper questions. And please do not, this is the wrong location, and I am adamantly opposed. And I thank you for listening to me, and I I would hope and implore that you help our community, serve the community of children, daycare, and our church services don't get over until 1 o'clock.
Sheila, that is your 2 minutes. Thank you.
Next is Nikki John.
Hi again, Nikki John from Dorchester. I'm the owner of the Heritage Club. I wanted to speak in support of the pot and of Drew. I just want to share that we opened in Charlestown in a parking lot next to a liquor store where there was a lot of littering. That's decreased significantly, like 90% since we've opened, partially due to our cleanup, but there's not as much loitering because we're there. And I can't say that's going to be the case everywhere, but if you have a thoughtful owner, which I believe Drew will be, she'll help with that cleanup, even though it's really the liquor store's problem, not necessarily the cannabis stores. And we've also seen no littering of product from our store. All of our product is labeled with our store's name. So that's how we're able to confirm that. So hopefully that helps give some confidence. And yeah, just want to speak in support. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes everyone that signed up online.
Thank you, Allison. The first hand I see is Camilo.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Hi, I'm Camilo. I work in the building next door, about 50 feet from the proposed spot. Drew has been really great as a new neighbor. She's taking over a spot that's been vacant for 3 years and is actually famous for graffiti and public defecation. And since she's taken over that spot, with a proposed spot, she's actually cleaned up all the graffiti off of it. And she started to interact with a lot of us in a small business meeting, community meeting at the church every week, every 3 weeks, I believe. We've met a couple times already. This is a brand new group in order to improve the area around it. And Drew is actually committed to increasing camera surveillance and actual security around the area to help do the cleanup. She's actually also already penned a letter to many politicians to help increase the foot traffic of community liaisons and policemen to help clean up the area and create good outreach. And it's been overwhelmingly wonderful. She's met with, I think, the majority of the people in our building next door, and they've all been in immense support along with myself, and can't wait for her to come in and hopefully do some good. So overall, I can't say enough good things, and we look forward to hopefully her being approved.
Thank you. Next hand I see is Yolene. Yolene B. I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Yolene, would you like to speak or?
Yes. I just would like to extend my support for the Marquise and opening of the pot shop. I am a resident of Mattapan. I actually live at 562 River Street, which is less than a block away from their intended location. And I personally have witnessed them out in the neighborhood, getting the signatures, cleaning up an area that they want to put their business in, that they are Mattapan kids and are also fully invested in the location that they want to open up. I think that with everything that goes on in the neighborhood, we cannot put it on them as a pot shop as if they're going to bring more issues to the neighborhood that were already present. I think that's another conversation for another day with dealing with the problems that we already have there. But as a business that wants to open with people from our community that are trying to find every way possible to give back to the community by interacting with every business and every church and every daycare that is there, I have never seen any other business that is opened up in that same location do any of the work that they are currently doing. And they're trying their best to be there and bring something wholesome into our community that is Black owned. There are many businesses, as we can see, the the buildings and the apartment buildings that are being built in Mattapan right now, they are not being built for us. They are not being built by us. But we have two people here who are trying to bring something back into the community to help it as much as possible. And I want to just fully give my support to them and hope that they are allowed to do so.
All right, thank you. Next, we have Brian Keith.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Brian Keith, co-owner of Rooted In on Newberry Street. I've known Drew and Marquise for about 4 or 5 years now and recognize them as needed younger leadership and perspective in the community, as well as experts within the cannabis field. I've spoken to both of them and taken advice about my own soon-to-be open location. This team will be amazing partners for the community, and the additional foot traffic, security, and eyes on this facility will only assist in the revitalization of Mattapan Square. Prostitution, illicit drugs, and other ills currently affecting this area will only be reduced with the increased commerce, which will come from this proposal. I would urge the board to move this proposal forward. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Sharita Colbert.
Yes, hello, Sharita here. I'm the Business Development Manager of the Heritage Club. I've known Drew for some time now. Definitely believe and know that she is a positive Black female in the community, and the pot being where, where she's thinking about it being in Mattapan, I definitely think that it would be a really good option. And I'm more in support of Drew and the pot.
Thank you. The next hand is, I'm sorry, I'm gonna pronounce this wrong. Ashoma.
Ioma. My name is Ioma Brenius. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I am a resident of Mattapan. I've been a resident of Mattapan since 1992. I graduated, not graduated with Judith, but we went to Boston College together. So I've known Judith for a little bit under 20 years now. And I know that she comes with a beautiful light. Since I've known Judith, and even before I've actually met her as a person, I knew that Judith was always an anchor wherever she went. When she was in high school, she was her class president. She's always been the leader of change and charge. So I do think that having her light in Mattapan will definitely revitalize our neighborhood, definitely bring something different. I know that she's not going to just come here and set up shop. It's going to be more than that. So I'm excited to see what she's going to bring. I'm excited to support her and her team. And I just wanted to say I give my full support.
Thank you. Next is Tito Jackson.
Thank you so much. It gives me great honor to support Drew and the amazing work that she continues to do in our community. She is one of the hardest working sisters I have seen in the cannabis space. She also is about standing folks as big as me on her shoulders and making sure that we can all rise and all succeed together. So I am ecstatic about the opportunity to support this amazing proposal. And I think it is to be noted that in general, and this is a stat from Weed Maps, there's actually usually a 19% decrease in crime around dispensaries. And one of the reasons is the requirement that you guys have, in particular Commissioner Holmes, around the number of cameras and monitoring equipment. And so that is one of the factors relative to that, and as well as the CCC regulations. And so again, I look forward to the opening and also being able to purchase a little something when they open. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Next, we have Robert Jenkins.
Yes, my name is Robert Jenkins. I'm a 54-year resident of Mattapan. I support Drew. I have seen the process that they have gone through for this endeavor. It is an area that needs some positive activity. Like former City Councilman Tito Jackson said, all the cameras that will be there, when you have a positive interaction, that will knock off the negativity there. But I've known Drew and her team, they have done everything that they were asked to do, coming up with a superior plan. And like I said, I'm a 54-year resident of Mattapan. I'm a community activist. This is something that needs to happen to promote more Black businesses in the area, and as well as where they will be one of the few Black businesses that are in Mattapan, which is greatly needed. It's an up and coming community. The numbers speak for themselves. 69% of the people in Mattapan voted for the legalization of marijuana. There was some opposition, but I'm here to tell you, I fully give this support because it will bring in equitable economic assets for our residents. They're not going to just come in, they're homegrown. That's something that we have.
You muted yourself, but that was your 2 minutes. Next we have Lauren Woods.
I apologize for the no picture because I'm driving at this point of the game of the hearing. I'm Lauren Woods. I'm a Dorchester resident, lifelong resident of the city of Boston. I've known Drudas for over 20 years, which is crazy to say. Drudas and her team, also other high school alumni of Latin school with me, have done their due diligence for their community process. I fully entrust Drudas to bring a vibrant economic opportunity to the Mattapan business area. She is somebody who stands by what she puts out there, no matter what it is that she's producing. And so I full-heartedly support her in her endeavor in this venture to bring this to the Mattapan business community. I think it's only going to be a benefit to bring it back to what it can be. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Michael Ortol.
Hello, my name is Michael Ortol, economic empowerment, social equity applicant, and Boston equity participant. I am in full support of Drew. Everything that I've heard in the opposition seems like generic bucket lists opposition, and she's got a strong business plan, diversity plan, and positive impact plan. There's no reason why she and her team should not be there. I fully support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have, the last name is Jean.
How you doing this? Yanel. I just wanted to chime in and let everybody know that I'm in complete support of the pot moving to Mattapan. I am familiar with Judas and familiar with Marquise, but that's not the sole reason on why I'm trying to speak up on their behalf. I'm very aware of the character that they have and that they've demonstrated growing up in Mattapan. And I'm also a Mattapan resident of 40 years as well, also a homeowner in Mattapan. And so the community does matter to me, being born and raised there, and also watching folks that have also been raised there or born and raised there turn into the type of entrepreneurs that we do want to lead our community. They do have a vested interest in our community. So I could only imagine to entrust them because they are from there and that they have our best interest in heart, and having the years to observe them and see the type of characteristics that they have. I'm in complete support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Chantel.
Hi, my name is Chantel, and I just wanted to share that the POTS objectives and their business plan are very promising to individuals within the Mattapan community. It appears that there's been a lot of effort and strategic planning that's gone into the business in regards to safety and local businesses, as well as community needs, as Yanel had just mentioned, and especially among the children and elderly populations in this area. I also think that it's amazing that the CEO and COO are Mattapan natives. They truly understand what the community needs. And for those reasons, I am in full support of the pot opening in Mattapan, and I look forward to the business opening sometime soon.
Thank you. Next, we're gonna have Rochelle.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rochelle Centeo, and I'm here on behalf of State Representative Liz Miranda / Senator-elect Liz Miranda. Our office would like to go on record as in full support of Drew's proposal to expand the pot to Mattapan. Drew has worked very closely with our office to share the POTS objectives and priorities, and her team has invested much time to community engagements and needs, and we just want to go on record as in full support.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak that did not speak already? Sheila, I see you have your hand raised, but you did speak. So if you have anything
Okay,
additional
well,
to add.
right now I'm on the phone with Reverend Zanetta Armstrong, and she's unable to get in. But she wanted me to be able to say that she is not in favor of the pot shop being located directly across the street from the church. And she will be sending a letter directly to the board saying that she is in opposition. The community is elderly and children, and our programs that we have would be adversely affected to have a pot shop and a liquor store in such close proximity in a very fragile community. So she will be sending that in, and thank you again, but we and the church are in complete opposition.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this proposal that has not had a chance to speak? Seeing Jonathan?
Yes, as a longtime Mattapan resident, I'm in full support of Drew and her team. She's put out a lot of effort and thoughtfulness in her plan, and I appreciate that. Yeah, definitely support it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak that didn't speak? All right. Motivate.
How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, my name is Mark Marion. I'm a 10-year Mattapan resident, lifelong resident of Boston. And yeah, I definitely want to express my full support for the pot. I think it's beyond cannabis. It's all about community and the effort that they've been putting into, cultivating the community in the Mattapan area through their different efforts via sports and just helping out with all the community efforts in the Mattapan area. We've heard different ways that we can revitalize the community financially, but beyond that, I think it's more so about being ahead of the game and seeing what's coming forward, all the changes that are happening, and just staking our claim, having a Black-owned business in that area to be a part of the revitalization process in Mattapan that's coming our way. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak that didn't get a chance to speak yet? All right, seeing no one, the board will take this matter under advisement. Thank you. All right. The last matter we have, the applicant is Sweet and Sour LLC. The proposed license premise is 565 Columbus Ave, South End. The license type is a retail recreational cannabis dispensary license. The proposed hours of operation are 10 a.m. to 9 p.m., 7 days a week. This is the equity applicant. The application was filed February 7th, 2022. The inspection services filing date was March 8th, 2022, and the community meeting was held May 31st, 2022. There is a buffer zone conflict with another cannabis establishment. This matter was on last month, but was deferred due to the land survey showing that there was a buffer zone conflict. So we are rehearing the proposal using the heightened level of scrutiny that is set out by the ordinance. Before we begin with the presentation, Aaliyah may speak to the equity certification.
I was going to jump in with all due respect. Aaliyah, nothing's changed since the last month, correct?
I don't see her. No, it's the same as last month.
I think we can take the equity certification that was read into the record at last month's hearing as
the same
testimony for this hearing. And just to, I know, was Commissioner Sinkian present to the last hearing or no? Okay, so
No.
we do have one additional commissioner this time.
And Still on too, she said.
What's that?
Commissioner Lombos is still on. She wasn't here at the last.
Oh, and Commissioner Lombos, we don't have Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
So this is being considered a new application because there was not a buffer zone that was shared with us. That it was shared with us the last time there was no buffer zone conflict, but there is a buffer zone conflict. So I want to ask you to jump right into it for us.
So can I present my screen now?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Yeah. Try. Why is it not letting me go? Try and get your laptop, Ellis, for a second and try sharing it off your screen. I don't know why mine's not working. Sorry about that. But there is a change in the while Ellis is bringing up the presentation. Instead of being 115 feet within the buffer, where it now came from door to door, we're 42 feet, and I'll definitely speak to that when the presentation is brought up. I think Ellis is just going to re-present from his laptop. Sorry about that.
I have it too, if that's easier, I don't know.
Jasmine, can you put yours up, please? That would be great.
Yes.
Thank you. And it's actually easier. You can put it up here. No, she'll present it on her side. Hi, everyone. My name is Gabriel Vieira.
Sorry.
My name. No worry. Yeah, I'll let you.
Now let's go.
Would you like for me to share it with you again?
No, it just did something funky, sorry.
Okay. It comes out like that. So that's fine.
Is it full screen or no?
That's fine. I mean, I can see it.
We can see it, Jasmine.
All right.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you, Jasmine. Thank you. And we'll let you know when to go to the next slide. Hi, everyone. My name is Gabriel Vieira. My name is Ellis Amor Gomwin. And we would like to introduce Sweet and Sour, located at 565 Columbus Avenue in the South End. Jasmine, you can go to the next slide. So as we just said, I'm the Chief Executive Officer. Ellis is the Chief Marketing Officer, and then Christian Nicholson is the Chief Operating Officer. Next slide, please. And then this is just a quick overview of the Sweet and Sour location. We're a social equity owned company, high-end cannabis company as well. Essentially, we've gone throughout this process previously. We're looking to present our proposal and move forward from there. Next slide, please. So to really touch on the location, as stated before, we are located on South End's most commercialized block. There are no schools, social services, or treatment centers within 500 feet of our location. We are within close proximity to 3 train stations and 8 bus lines. In addition to that, we have, I will showcase a density map closer to the end of this PowerPoint, which showcases the density in comparison to South End in Newbury Street, which further breaks down our point for the buffer zone issue. Next slide, please. So to get into the buffer zone conflict, as of 2 weeks ago, we received the email that we are officially 42 feet short of the 1/2 buffer, which was previously stated 115. We believe that 42 feet over or under doesn't really change the impact on the community. As stated, the next close dispensary is located 329 Columbus Ave, which is approximately 0.49 miles away. In addition to that, having been searching for this location for over 2 years, we decided to create a delivery business, as everyone knows, Zip Run. And through that hardship, I think we had a tremendous opportunity which came to us, which is the sweet and sour opportunity at 565 Columbus Ave. Next slide, please. So our reasoning for why 42 feet isn't an issue for our dispensary location. One, when you make a comparison from the South End to Back Bay region, which Back Bay currently has 4 ACA's dispensaries, when you compare the people to people and then the economy to the economy statistics, as you can see, about 38,000 people live within the South End community, about 17,000 live within the Back Bay. When it comes to the economy, there's about 30,000 jobs that are given within the South End. Back Bay is about 52,000. And when you compare the density maps, it's clear as day that the South End in Back Bay can and should support the equal amount of dispensaries. Just in our case, we're asking or actually proposing for a second recreational dispensary to go up. We can move on to the next slide, please.
So the reason why we're here is because as a social equity company, we strive to create opportunities for people of colors and communities that were negatively impacted by the war on drugs and marijuana prohibition. There's also disparity right now in the cannabis industry where only 2% of owners are Black or African. And we are also committed to donating 5-figure sum to the Last Prisoner Project. Another reason why we're here is because within the vicinity of our dispensary location, the Harriet Tubman House was demolished. This was a safe haven for Black and brown residents in the South End community. And we chose this location because we want to recreate that safe haven and a place of opportunity for Black and brown residents in the South End, since once they had it destroyed. And the difference between sweet and sour and other proposals that were in the South End is that we're retail cannabis that is allowed at our location due to the zoning. And we also located on Gay has stayed the most commercialized block on the South End, which features restaurants like SRV, which is very popular, Dunkin' Donuts, and also Render Coffee. All these stores are very much so popular and they get a good amount of foot traffic in that area. And we also chose this location because we believe that it's the most viable location for a South End based dispensary upon our 2 years of research. Next slide, please.
Jasmine, thank you. So based on our initial community outreach process, we had the opportunity to address community concerns. Rather than speak towards everyone, I'll just list the concerns and then briefly give an overview. So the first one was the hours of operations are too late. We addressed that, and instead of opening till 10 p.m., we now are opening and conform to 9 p.m., which actually is consistent with retail businesses and restaurants in the community. The other one is the rear loading area zone, which was insufficient. So what we did with that, we found loading zone signs, one which is 250 feet away from our location and one that's directly in front of our location for when we have product being transported to and from our location. We thought that would be best and most efficient. Second is the trash accumulation. So we're gonna do it the same as Dunkin' Donuts. We will implement an overnight trash pickup to relieve the neighborhood of excess garbage. Next slide, please. The other 3 issues are the odor concerns. As standard, we will use odor-proof containers. We'll also be installing, odor-proof storage units as best as possible. In addition to that, the mitigation of traffic, as we all know, when proposing a dispensary operation, traffic is key. So for us, we are using the proprietary order head technology that we built at ZipRun to ultimately reduce traffic congestion around our location. 3, we will be maintaining a 3-member on-site security team that will maintain and monitor traffic flow. We also have a 2-strike policy. So if a consumer were to double park or they were to use cannabis within the neighborhood, obviously they get 1 strike. You get a warning. After that, you hit your second offense and you're no longer allowed at our establishment. And then lastly, double parking concern, hence the reason for the 3rd security guard, ensuring that individuals do not, come with the idea that it is okay to double park on a very busy street in the South End. Next slide, please. As far as security goes, I think that the main thing is we will have a state-of-the-art security surveillance system that will monitor 24/7 of our facility. And then really the big, head home point is the 3-member security team. I think that separates us from a lot of dispensaries that are operating in the city of Boston and throughout the state. It just allows us to really monitor the traffic and suspicious activity that may go on in the community. Loitering, I think that also can adhere to the 3-member on-site security team. We'll have 1 person that works the front desk that checks IDs, one person that monitors the traffic outside of the location. And then we'll also have a third individual that's actually walking around the neighborhood from time to time to ensure that people aren't breaking the law and actually consuming cannabis. And then lastly, our diversion rules that we've written ourselves outside of the individuals being 21 plus, our on-site security team. And then in addition, when someone wants to buy product, their IDs are checked twice. And then lastly, we have tamper-proof and child-proof packaging. Next slide, please. Thank you.
So the advantage that we have is that we are within this industry already. We raised $2.3 million for our zipper and delivery operator location, which is going to be in Dorchester, which we're currently building as we speak. Like Gabe has stated, we created our own technology. This software has been tested. We know that it works, is 100% going to work. And it's going to allow customers to pre-order cannabis products and pick them up from our store. And we anticipate that 70% of our orders are going to be order ahead, while 30% will be walk-in orders. So this way we're able to mitigate traffic and make sure and ensure that we keep the South End community uncongested.
Next slide, please.
So 75% of our team will be recruited from the South End community. So within walking distance, the remaining 25% of our working force will be encouraged to use public transportation and receive subsidized tickets such as blue bikes or train station passes and also bus passes. And our location is expected to have 6 employees.
Which does not include the 3 on-site security team members as we stated last time. Next slide, please.
So here at Sweet and Sour, we really care about diversity and inclusion. We're gonna make sure we retain, hire, and promote people who come from diverse backgrounds. 100% of our employees will be from Boston. At least 50% of our employees will be from minority background. 50% will be women. 10% of our employees will be veterans. At least 10% will be members of the LGBTQ plus community. And at least 5% of our employees will come from people with disabilities. And at least 5% of our employees will be people with immigrant backgrounds. And we're gonna make sure that we have measurements in place to make sure that we're ensuring these numbers and that we continue to promote diversity and inclusion. Next slide, please. So one thing that we're really gonna
repeat that. Sorry.
Repeat that, please.
We have a minute left.
Okay, one thing that we really want to do to set ourselves different from everyone else is that the average bud tender or sales associate makes about $17.50 in the state. We're gonna start everyone out at around $20, and if they have experience in the industry, we're gonna give them even more than that. So we want to make sure that the people that we're hiring come from diverse backgrounds and they also make a livable wage. Next slide, please. So you can go by the next slide because we took this slide out. So this week on this.
Yes, as far as letters of support goes, this is a map showing the letters of support we've received. We've received 300 plus letters of support. 13 of those have come from local South End businesses. As you can see, the large congestion of letters of support come within 500 feet of our location. Next slide, please. In addition to that, we have community commitments, prioritizing hiring of residents in the South End, mandatory community service days, having the ability to continue engaging in conversation with South End organizations and civic groups. Also, 5-figure annual contributions that will be made to South End communities and BIPOC, BIPOC, and minority communities within the city of Boston. Next slide, please.
That's time if you want to just wrap it up briefly.
Yeah, sure. This is just an overview of the meetings that we've had with members of the South End, starting in April 19th and ending as of August. August was where we did 50 plus community hours of outreach. Last slide, I believe. Just to quickly go over those. You can skip this good neighborhood policy. And then this slide just really shows you the density map in comparison to South End, as well as Back Bay. Once again, furthering our point when it comes to the buffer zone and only being 42 feet under the buffer zone. We don't really feel that is a valid reason to go against this proposal. And then I believe, Jasmine, we have one last slide and we can quickly.
Okay, that's time, so.
Thank you.
Okay, that's no
Yeah. So I'm going to jump in. I have a question and a comment. My question is, in reviewing your application and your materials, there's a staircase there and a landing. How do you comply with disabilities here?
Yeah, so when it comes to ADA compliance under the regulations, because we're essentially not putting in over 30% of the value in the construction of the rebuild, we do not have to essentially create a stairway that is ADA compliant, but we're implementing our security team members to alert us if there are individuals that need the ADA compliant, we're going to have a sales rep, meaning one of our bud tenders, come out, take their order, take their debit card, and do the transaction as if it's a curbside pickup. So that will take priority over other individuals that are currently waiting at the store.
And my comment is, I'm just going to repeat what I said at the very top of this hearing at 1 o'clock, that we have a statutory duty to be opposed to any application that's within the buffer zone. So whether you're 42 feet outside or 4,200 feet outside, we have a statutory duty to begin from a place of being opposed to it. And then we have to analyze not whether or not it's 42 feet outside or 420 feet outside or whatever it is, but whether or not you offer us something special and unique to consider. And you submitted your buffer zone attestation, and that is what we'll take into consideration at this time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Sakian?
I didn't have any questions at this time, but would love to hear the public testimony.
Commissioner Holmes? No. Commissioner Lombos?
Same, no questions. Thank you.
We will move to public testimony, beginning with elected officials or their representatives.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. At this time, the Mayor's Office would like to defer judgment to the board. To recap the community process, our office held a community meeting on June of 2022, which was very well attended by members of the community. A number of concerns were raised by abutters, such as traffic, parking, as well as loitering in the proximity to other proposals in the area. Residents expressed they felt the location was not proper. Our office received 100 letters of opposition from abutters, as well as letters from Claremont Neighborhood Association and the Rutland Neighborhood Association outlining these concerns. Our office also received a petition with 300 signatures in support of the proposal from community members. With that, we defer to the board. Thank you.
Are there any other elected officials or their representatives that would like to speak?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, well, my name is Stefan Etienne. I'm the Public Relations Manager for Tanya Fernandez Anderson, City Councilor for District 7. And we oppose this development. And yeah.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other elected officials or their representative that would like to speak?
Hi, everybody. My name is Rochelle Centeo, and I am here on behalf of State Representative Liz Miranda / Senator-elect Liz Miranda. Our office would like to go on record as in full support of Sweet and Sour's proposal. Our office has already submitted a letter, and we have worked very closely with Ellis and Gabriel to learn about their proposal. And as young Black entrepreneurs, they desire to expand social equity in the cannabis industry. Our office is also open to working with the owners and the community to address any and all concerns.
Thank you. Any other elected officials or their representatives? All right, we'll now move to those that signed up via the chat. Well, the link, I'm sorry. Allison?
That's it. Jasmine, the first person to sign up online was Ben Whitney. Mr. Whitney, if you're available, please proceed. How about Mr. Stephen Fox? Mr. Fox, are you available?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thanks. I'm Steve Fox. I chair the South End Forum. I also chair the Rutland Square Neighborhood Association. For the benefit of those commissioners who were not here at the last meeting, I'll try to keep my comments brief. I want to correct the record on a couple of things. One is that assertions have been made that this particular block is the most commercial block in the entire South End. I would take issue with that, as would the South End Business Alliance, as would a whole lot of South Enders. So I think we need to go back and actually take a look at whether or not that's actually true, or whether or not we're getting a little marketing hyperbole here. The second issue is that United South End Settlements will in fact be operating a family and children's program across the street at 566 Columbus Avenue. There's specific dedicated space across the street for that use as part of the contractual arrangement between the seller and United South End Settlement. So I want to make sure that that is known. The third and final comment I made is the most important one, which is this. The South End is a very small geography. And from Berkeley Street to Massachusetts Avenue, we are now entertaining 3 cannabis retail establishments. One across the street from Frida Garcia Park near Berkeley Street, the 329 Columbus Avenue, and now this one at 565. The issue for South Enders is, why do we need to create Columbus Avenue as a three shop location? And why are we not looking at other locations in the South End rather than just Columbus Avenue? For that reason alone, I urge the board to ask these applicants to seek alternative locations for their business.
And I do see that Mr. Whitney is participating. Mr. Whitney,
Yes,
do you
I'm here,
want to?
sorry.
You're there. Okay, great. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I speak on behalf of Mainsail, the development team, as well as myself as a future homeowner at the property. And to chime in on everything that Steve said and add to it, in the last hearing, the proponent said that I was in fact lying, that we never asked for a traffic study. That is not factual. It is brought up in at least 2 of the meetings that I attended. Their reasoning was that it wasn't required, but they didn't feel the need to. And this just goes to show, with the survey coming out this late, that should have been done in the early phases to determine they were not in a buffer zone conflict, which they in fact are. But I'm speaking more on behalf of the business, or the business at the location, due to the residents sharing the shared vestibule with them. Between 25 and 50 people an hour is just unsustainable for a shared staircase with 6 residential units. Whether it's ADA or not, the traffic there is just going to be untenable for those that have to share the vestibule for mail, coming and going with groceries, having to sidestep security in a line. It just puts an undue burden on those that are purchasing homes in this property. That's the biggest issue here. Uses being there, uses being there changes the fact that there is a child care center directly across the street. Other shops that have been approved are significantly larger, have a second exit for clients leaving versus coming. And I just don't feel that this is a fit. The condominium is not in alignment, and nor are the other businesses in the condominium. Thank you.
And Mr. James Koshiter, are you available to speak?
I am. Hello, my name is Jim Kochner. I am one of the owners of SRB Restaurant at 569 Columbus Ave, 2 doors down from the proposed dispensary. I am not opposed to a dispensary. I'm just opposed to the location that they've actually chosen. We've been dealing with a construction site across the street for the last 1.5 years. There's 0 places to park, especially just stop and start, like to pick up. There's a Dunkin' Donuts, there's a Render Coffee, there's a convenience store that sells alcohol, there's a laundromat, and there's a dry cleaners. So, and there's a blue bike station. I don't understand how people are gonna be able to pull up and go inside the store to pick up their package and then leave. So I'm opposed to it. I wish the gentleman luck, but it's just a very difficult location.
Are those all the names, Allison?
Yes, that's all the people who have signed up online.
Thank you.
Oh,
The first.
Allison, this is Bob Barney. I had signed up online.
I'm not seeing you, but oh, you know why? I'm so sorry. You have Duracell as the business
Sorry
that
about
you're
that.
speaking to. Nope,
Yeah,
please
that's
proceed.
my work thing. So thanks for listening. My name is Bob Barney. I live at 463 Mass Ave, and I'm president of the Claremont Neighborhood Association. I'm also a board member of the Southwest Corridor Park Conservancy. I just wanted to mention a couple of things that Steve and Ben haven't mentioned. One, John Santiago, our state rep, did send a letter of opposition. I just want to make sure people understand that. And, oh, maybe Nick's on, so maybe Nick can talk to that. We also received 100 letters of opposition. So these were letters. You know, these were people that thought through the proposal, came to our community meetings. We had 2 that we sponsored for Gabe, and people were able to ask specific questions. So for me, it's really about the location. It's not about the applicants. It's not about the type of business. It's really the cluster of cannabis along Columbus Avenue, which Steve talked to. You know, there are other places in the South End. We would love to work with Gabe and others to find a better location. The physical space appropriateness. So again, there's a shared entryway. There's common space with Render. So Render and this applicant will share common space that connects the 2 retail spaces. That's very concerning to us from a security perspective. And then traffic. This is the corner of Mass Ave and Columbus. The traffic is horrible. I've lived here since 1984. I can attest to you all that it's gotten worse. And so by having a high volume business come into this area, I think will further exasperate the traffic issue. And then I think for me, because it's a multi-use building, meaning there's residential, there's commercial, it's really important to have alignment within that building, which Ben spoke about. There is no alignment. So this.
Hi, Bob, that is your 2 minutes. I just want to remind everybody you have 2 minutes to speak. And if you feel the same sentiments as someone who else that spoke, can you just say that in the interest of time?
Thanks. And I'll just throw out there, like I did at the last hearing last month, we do read all the testimony. We did receive Representative John Santiago's letter and we did read it. Thank you.
The first hand is Adam T.
Do you guys hear me?
Yep.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Adam Teodros. I'm over at the Smith on 89 East Dedham Street. I just wanted to voice my support for Sweet and Sour. I love this initiative and I'm excited to really see and feel the impact they have on the community. I think it's really important to bring more Black ownership to the city of Boston and South End specifically. I've actually known these 2 guys, Gabe and Ellis, since I was 13. So I totally understand the testament of their character. And I know that they'll definitely follow through on everything they put forth. And I think one reality that we all have to face is that more and more young professionals are moving into the South End every day. It's becoming more and more diverse, and that's a reality we can't deny. And young professionals are using cannabis every day. So this has just become a way of life. And I'm happy to see Ellis and Gabe getting in front of this and bringing more ownership, more and more like the community. So thank you.
Thank you. And I do see we have Nick B from Representative Santiago's office. You want to unmute?
Yeah, thank you, Jasmine. I'll just quickly say that, yes, we did submit a letter of opposition after meeting with a lot of the community, and we're in agreement with Councilor Fernandez Anderson as the 2 current district representatives on the call. We oppose this proposal.
Thank you. Next hand is Jonathan.
Hi, guys. My name is Jonathan Bicella. I'm a longtime resident of South End at 3 Douglas Park. I feel as though I'm in approval and support of this initiative. Gabe and Ellis have been, you know, though they might not be from the South End, they've been around the South End for years and almost over plus a decade as kids. I've known them a very long time, and being a resident myself for so many since I've been here, they're gonna provide a positive impact into the community. And I feel as though this initiative is just going to provide a better source for people of color who want to support people of color. We need that in the community, and I didn't have that growing up. And now we have an opportunity to provide these new business owners with the chance of doing that for the future generations and providing and inspiring those people. And I just want to say that they definitely deserve to have this location. And living in the South End, you have to understand that you live in one of the hottest areas of the city. Traffic, you chose to live here. That is a situation that you made a decision on. The growth of the city and the population has risen rapidly over the years. And it's just part of the living situation that you are in now. And you just have to accept it. And them having this location will not make a bigger difference than what was there the day before. And I end my time.
Thank you. Next hand is Derek.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you to the board. My name is Derek Bona. I am a brand ambassador and minority owner of a Low Key dispensary. So I'm familiar with this process and how everything goes in the back end. I just wanted to speak. I'm in favor of Sweet and Sour and with what Ellis and Gabe is their initiative, what they have going on. Just being a Black entrepreneur in the city of Boston, I've met these two fellow gentlemen, and I'm very proud of what they've been able to put up and come up with. Seeing how they got their initial investment with Zip Run and just seeing how they're in this position right now is an inspiration. I really just want to speak in favor, and I don't want us as a group to miss what this moment is. As Jonathan said, we don't have a lot of representation in the South End and in Boston, and having this opportunity, seeing two young Black entrepreneurs coming before this board and having this opportunity to bring that representation and bring that, that change to the community is a very, very empowering thing. So I just wanted to tip my hat to them, send my support, and I hope the board can take this under advisement. And thank you for the time.
Thank you. Next hand is Solomon.
Hi, everyone. My name is Solomon. I currently live on 300 Harrison Avenue. Growing up here in Boston, going to Boston Latin School, where I actually met Ellis. I know what it's like as a Black person to not, feel like you have that equity or someone who looks like you. So I am in full support of Sweet and Sour to be in the South End, where I can really see my Black dollar be put to use in the community, as well as having the things that they outlined, like having a certain percentage of people who are incarcerated be employees. So I'm fully in support of it and would love to see my Black dollar go very far with Sweet and Sour.
Thank you. Next person is Fabian.
Who?
Hi.
Is that me?
Yeah.
Yes, I've spoken before. Thank you. I'm Fabian D'Souza. I do not wish to repeat myself, but really urge the Cannabis Board to listen to the concerns of the immediate abutters. Yes, there are people from all over who support it, but we are the immediate abutters who are going to suffer, and I respectfully disagree that adding yet one more high traffic business is not going to worsen the problem that we face just now. Also, rules have to be applied uniformly. The applicant cannot choose to pick certain zoning rules in his favor and then say that the 42-yard discrepancy for 500 feet or the 500 yards does not apply in his case. Comparing the South End to the Back Bay is, I think, an extremely difficult analogy to make, but I will let the board make those final decisions. I thank you in advance for helping us put this business in a place where it really belongs to be, rather than in this congested area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person is Javon.
Hi, everyone. My name is Javon, longtime resident of Boston and a recent resident of the South End as well. And I just want to extend my support for the Sweet and Sour dispensary. Gabe and Ellis have done an amazing job putting together this presentation, and they have a lot of experience in this industry, especially with Zip Run and all that they have done. And I think that they are a great inspiration for the generations coming up, as mentioned before. And I think that Sweet and Sour will be a great addition for the South End. So I really just wanted to extend my support for this whole project. So great job, guys, and I look forward to seeing what will come in the future.
Thank you. Next person is Chewy.
Hey everyone, my name's Chewy Anumir. I attended Boston Latin School with Ellis, and I've known Gabe for years. I wanted to come on here to voice my full support for Sweet and Sour opening up in the South End. I attended Northeastern University, so I'm really and super familiar with the area. Just want to say that these two young Black men are leaders and are trying to help the disenfranchised and bring jobs to the community. Again, I'm in full support, and I know they'll be a great asset to the community.
Thank you. Next person is Karina.
Hi, my name's Karina. I'm a longtime Boston resident, and I think I'm in full support of this project. I think this is a viable location for this type of business. It is a high foot traffic area, but it's precisely because of that they are proposing it in this location. And I do think that it would be an asset to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person is Mike.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I'm a neighbor on Wellington Street. I live around the corner. I stand in opposition with many of the things Rutland Association and Claremont Neighborhood Association said. One of the key facts I'd like to delve into a little bit that hasn't been talked too much is the difference in between the size of the stores on Columbus Ave and the other ones in the South End are normally 2,000 plus square feet, have an individual entrance that is not shared stoop going up by the other businesses. And having the third shop on Columbus Ave is adding to Columbus Ave being a go-to place to get your marijuana supplies, cannabis supplies. We already have that with concentration down at Boston Medical Center for other needs. There's a reason why the board has half a mile separation to reduce the density of that. And that's the minimum that's asked for, not the maximum. And the other thing is I question and ask the board to review the presentation. And I think it is a lovely presentation, but review it because there's a lot of words like anticipate or believe or will have, which doesn't mean those are factual things such as a study. Traffic studies have been asked for, turnover studies would be nice for, are they actually doing 3 to 5 minute turns for each and every customer? That's what they're saying anticipate. If it's 15 or 20 minutes per customer, that changes what the presentation was. And there's no study that has been provided to the board stating those facts and figures. It's just what they believe or anticipate. I do support their program. I just think it's the wrong space.
Hi, Mike, that is your 2 minutes. Next person is Rayshawn.
Good afternoon, everybody. Just want to keep it short and sweet. So I just want to say I support Sweet and Sour and also support these two fine gentlemen. I currently work and have worked in education for the past 4 years. And I can say that what has been said by the fellow supporters and even the non-supporters that this area has a lot of traffic and volume. But that being said, I feel like that's exactly what our kids need to see. A couple of African-American gentlemen from the city living out their dreams and giving back to the community in order to help the youth not be afraid to become entrepreneurs and become hard workers. That's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person, iPhone 2, there's no name. All right, iPhone 2.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm stopping my camera on you. How you doing? My name is Imani and I grew up in the South End. I grew up on 1850 Washington Street. And I think this would be a good thing because growing up, I never had somewhere where I could get weed from. And now that it's going to be like a dispensary out here, I feel like that would be perfect for the young people growing up. And that's all I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Hugo.
Hello, hi, I'm Hugo. I just wanted to voice my full support for the opening because I know these two, they're very high character individuals, and I have no doubt that the company will be a great asset to the community. And yeah, I'm just in full support of the opening.
Thank you. Next person is Jill.
Hi, I'm Jill Christians. I'm a 30-year resident of South End and live about 2.5 blocks away on Concord Square. I applaud the presentation and I'm in support of social equity projects like this, but I'm very concerned about the location. And I submitted a letter to that effect beforehand. I both commute right past this intersection every day, as well as ride the blue bikes from that intersection, and used to ride a bus to that intersection. And especially in the snow, I've almost been run over by cars in the middle of Mass Ave. I have almost run into bikes who are going in front of that location, and there are nearly always double parked cars already in that intersection, especially with the current construction. I just looked at Google Maps, and that one block of Columbus Avenue is red right now, because that is always a busy intersection. So I'm curious as to, you know, how this could even happen with no parking, because there's almost no parking there. There is not metered parking, I believe. And it's just a very busy intersection. I'm concerned about sort of traffic, foot traffic, car traffic, bike traffic, and the potential for accidents. So that in particular makes me think that this particular intersection and this particular block of Columbus Avenue is just an unsafe place for this type of increased traffic there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Dave Marr.
Hi there. I'm a resident of the South End, live on Massachusetts Ave. Just wanted to echo the concerns, anticipated versus actual results. The traffic concerns. I wish there was a traffic study done on this. I'm concerned with the lack of alignment of the immediate neighbors in the building. And on top of it all, the buffer zone. I understand you're within 42 feet, but you're still within it. And I just, that's a simple distance measurement that, it took this long to get to. I just am concerned with that as well. So I'd like to voice my opposition to it.
Thank you. Next is Brandon.
Hi guys, my name is Brandon Moore. I'm not from Boston, but I live here now. I went to Northeastern, graduated, currently living in the Boston area. As a Boston resident, also an African-American, and also someone who owns a technology company as well that works with a number of different African-Americans. I'm in full support of the proposal of Gabe and Ellis. I've spoken to Gabe intensively over the past few weeks. And as someone who's spoken to hundreds of not only Black-owned businesses, but college students and other people along the same lines, they are all in full support of this as well. Lastly, I will say this is bigger than you and I. For the next wave of college students who come to Boston, who may not think that Boston is the most diverse place, right? Because I'm not from Boston. A lot of us coming in here didn't think Boston was very diverse or very supportive of diverse founders. So this is much bigger than you and I. For the next wave, for this year, the year to come, of students who come to Boston, this serves as great motivation and shows the city in a much more positive light to people who aren't from here originally. So I beg you and plead you to take this proposal seriously and consider the strong ramifications it could have for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person is Nancy E.
Yes, hi. I am calling in just to voice my opposition to it and for concern over the congestion. I live on Concord Square, and I think it's important that that others can voice their input, but I think that special consideration should be given to the people who live in the neighborhood, on the abutting streets and everything, and just want to be have that considered in when considering this proposal. But I do have concern about the proximity to Mass Ave in terms of Mass and Cass, and the congestion, the parking, and everything that others have expressed. And just wanted to relay my concerns as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next person is Tai Wu.
Hi, everybody. Hope everyone is having a good day. My name is Tosin Ajewale, and I went to high school, Boston Latin School with Ellis, and also met Gabe recently. And I just wanted to voice my full support of their business proposal. I think, as the cannabis industry is an up-and-coming industry, moving towards $1 billion. I think this is a great opportunity, not only for the people of that area, for Boston itself, to get ahead of the industry and just provide opportunity, jobs, and get ahead of the industry that's inevitably going to take over. So I am in full support.
Thank you. Next person is Franklin.
Hi, my name is Frank. I'm a longtime resident of the South End. I'm in support of Sweet and Sour's dispensary. I've known Gabe and Ellis for a long time as well, and they've proven that they're capable, more than capable of running a business, such as Zip Run. I think Sweet and Sour would be great for our community, really show the youth that you could do more with your life rather than like stand out on the street. There's also like a lot of people in the South End that actually like need jobs that have records, and I think Sweet and Sour would be perfect for like helping employ people like that. Also, when it comes to the traffic, like Mass Ave, Columbus Ave, traffic's always been there. It's always gonna be there. There's a lot of food places there. Like, I don't think the dispensary is gonna add to that.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Beverly.
Hello, my name is Beverly Wonkwo. I am a Boston resident. I am in full support of Sweet and Sour. I think it's important, like everyone has been saying, how it creates job opportunities for local residents, as well as creating a safe place for Black people or just people of color to take part in recreational uses and not kind of feel like, you know, that they're going to be they're going to get in trouble because of it. So I am in full support of this.
Thank you. Next person is Brian Key.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brian Keith. I'm a Roxbury resident. Monday through Friday, I either ride my bike or drive my car to the corner of Tremont and Mass Ave, where my son gets on the school bus. I do the same in the evening to pick him up. My son would have to be 1 block away from this establishment on nearly a daily basis, which I'm completely comfortable with. I'm comfortable with it because Gabe and Ellis are proven responsible vendors, and we should be supporting Black and brown businesses to enter this industry. If this area can support a Dunkin' and a New York Pizza with the current traffic and parking, it can also support a cannabis establishment. 42 feet from the edge of the buffer zone should not be looked at as the same as 50 feet from a like establishment. I'm in support of this proposal, and I would urge the board to also support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have James. James.
Hi, excuse me. Yes, James Cullian. I live at 4 Claremont Park. I'm right around the corner from the location, the proposed location. And what I can say is that the proposal is great. Apparently the people who would be running it would be fine, but the location is not good. It's not good from a neighborhood point of view or for the people that live here. So with traffic being a consideration, bicycle traffic as well, I'm opposed to this.
Thank you. Next is David Evans.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry, I had to attend to some stuff. I didn't expect this to be going on as long as it did. So if I say something that's been said numerous times, forgive me. I live at, well, I own a unit at 563 Columbus, which is the condominium association in which this dispensary proposes to locate. And I'll tell you that I'm very much opposed to the operation, not opposed to Gabe and his team, and I wish them success with their Zip Run venture. But this is just a terrible location for this dispensary. I don't know if the board has had a chance to visit the site, but you can't go in that unit without banging into people that are leaving the residential building. There are 9 units in the building. There are 66 residential units coming across the street. The block is already a disaster. I don't have any confidence in their order ahead system being used by their customers? If so, then they should just agree to only accept mail-in orders as opposed to having people drop in off the street. There's undoubtedly going to be people queuing up and down the street, the stairway, and that's going to be a big problem for the residents on the block. They've not done anything to address the parking and traffic issue. We've asked them innumerable times to conduct a traffic study, and they've never done that. They've told us, well, we're not required by law to do it. And then the last thing I would say, which I'm sure other people have said, is the buffer zone regulation was established for a reason. And this, they have no, in my view, no compelling evidence to rebut the presumption that this should not go in there. There's nothing stopping somebody from walking 3 or 4 blocks down the road to 329 Columbus and purchasing their product there. The fact that they're trying to distinguish themselves as a boutique is really just a bunch of happy words. It's not really have any meaning. So I would respectfully submit that there's no cause to pierce the buffer zone for this particular establishment. The place.
Mr. Evans, that's your 2 minutes. Thank you. Next hand is Roy.
Hello, my name is Roy Bonham. I'm a resident here, a new resident here in the South End. I live on Shawmut Ave. I've known Gabe and Ellis for quite some time now. They're awesome individuals, great entrepreneurs, a very positive influence within their community, as well as, the people that they know. I think that this would be a really positive impact on the South End and the city of Boston. And, when it comes to parking and all that, those situations, the city is very, walk friendly, public transportation friendly. So I don't think that is necessarily going to be too much of an issue, but I definitely think that it would definitely bring a positive to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak that didn't get a chance to speak already? Seeing no one, the board will
Excuse
take.
me, can I talk?
Sure, yes.
So I'm Gulten Tural, and I'm also a resident of 563 Columbus Ave. And we have to share like stairways with this business, and we already are overwhelmed with the other people coming to the other shops. We don't have parking. We're dealing with littering. They leave all the stuff like on the stairs or even in the entrance. We actually just bought the apartment like 2 or 3 months ago. If we knew that we need to deal with this, we probably wouldn't do that. And I feel bad about Ben because he still has two apartments that he needs to sell, and he cannot sell them because people don't want to deal with all this nightmare. And I'm kind of worried about my kids too, going through all this. Like if there are too many people there, I'm not comfortable. So I oppose this business at that location. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sankian has a couple of questions.
Thank you, Jasmine. Yeah, just a couple quick questions. Thank you, everyone who's been holding on for so long. Just to clarify, what was there before? Was that a laundry? That's what it seems like from the photos. Is that correct?
No, it was an eye and ear shop previously, eye doctor.
Oh, an eye doctor. And in terms of, so I'm trying to visualize the space. So when people say that the stairway is shared, how does that work? The stairway down is shared with other apartments, or it's the stairways on the side?
Yeah, I'll quickly walk you through. So when you enter the private premises of 565 Columbus Ave, we are unit 3C. You would walk up to the stairs. If you bang a right, you'll get to our entrance, which enters Sweet and Sour. And if you keep it straight, that would then be the entrance of the residential buildings.
Got it.
I'll be honest, there are a couple other establishments or locations nearest to us that have very similar aspects, and their businesses are actually prime and very valued in the city of Boston. And
Yeah.
that's all I have to say.
Yeah, just to go upon that, Render Coffee, which is right next door of us, they see a volume of about 300 plus people a day. They had the same exact build out as us, and there hasn't been that many complaints about their business function. The only difference is that we sell cannabis and they sell coffee.
Thank you. That's helpful. I was having a hard time visualize it.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, sorry.
No, I had nothing left to say.
In terms of the pre-ordering, because I do think that could potentially have, make the sale the faster. Is all the products going to be pre-ordered? Would you be open to all product being pre-ordered?
I mean, I'm not opposed to it. What we built, so coming into this establishment or proposal, we knew the South End had an issue with traffic.
Yeah.
Visualize a successful dispensary, same as Back Bay, Newbury Street. The traffic of people visiting that place on weekends is what's going to establish a successful weekday or weekend was what will establish successful business. Our goal is the people that live within the South End support us. And as many people who support or don't support us have mentioned, there are a lot of young professionals, luxury buildings that are opening up, specifically one across the street from us. More than likely, they're young professionals moving into those business, moving into that residence. Therefore, those are the individuals we're looking forward to support our business. I know there is a crowd of individuals that do not like cannabis, but it is legal and it is a movement that is continuing to grow. Think about alcohol way before I was born, because I was born in 1995. That had a stigma against it. And now look at everyone else on this call. I guarantee you there are people from older generations that were opposed to alcohol. And I'm not going to say the transition from alcohol to cannabis is going to be exactly the same, but it's a very similar fine line.
Yeah, so I'm thinking, and I agree with you. I think there's always going to be that issue. What I hear from the residents is more of an issue of the space and the foot traffic and sort of the interruption to the residences. So in terms, and that's why I was asking about pre-ordering, but I understand if you feel like there's a much of a market enough for people that would be prohibitive, then that makes sense. But in terms of queuing, so how does that, you might have already went through it. I apologize.
No.
It's been a long meeting. How does that work in terms of queuing if pre-ordering is not?
Of course. I don't know if you're familiar with Instacart or Uber Eats, the schedule ahead pickup model or delivery model. Essentially, let's just say you're looking to place an order for tomorrow. You have several time slots you can choose from. Let's just, we open at 10 a.m. So we have a time slot from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Each hour is an individual time slot. So that's our way of queuing orders. That's very similar and falls in line with what we're doing at ZipRun. We have a 2-hour time slot with ZipRun. Just because it's retail, we would have an hour time slot. So that's how we queue people so that they come in all hours of the day to ensure we don't have 45 people come this hour, but we have an average of 250 people for the whole time, for the whole day.
So people have to sign up for the hour. They don't necessarily have to pre-order, but they have to sign up for a specific time.
If you're going to order online, you have a designated time slot that we expect you and anticipate that you come into the door. And I know there are multiple comments that was brought up. We anticipate, I would love to say we have a fact on how many people are going to come to the door. If we were open, I'd be able to provide that data. But yeah, that is what we're able to deliberate as of right now.
But we also did derive our numbers by speaking to dispensary owners in the city of Boston and seeing what they're seeing as far as volume. So we contributed those numbers to our dispensary location. And that's how we came up with the, it was done upon research. I don't want people to think that we're just guessing numbers. It's been research because we're connected to dispensary owners in the city of Boston due to the fact that we have a business that is going to be wholesaling for a lot of these businesses. So by speaking to these individuals, we've been able to acquire this data.
If I may, go ahead, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, if I may, I know there's issues brought up about traffic. I would understand that if this dispensary was the only dispensary in the city of Boston. When Netta Brookline first opened, there were 3,000 people outside the door because that was the only dispensary in the state. Now there is, I don't know how many HCAs that have been approved. So by the time we actually get into operations, there will probably be a dispensary in South Boston. There's already a couple in East Boston. There's a couple in the Back Bay. There's some near the Garden. So all those individuals have no need to drive their vehicles to the South End and try to double park. we're centric to our community, which would be the South End, and that's who we're looking to support. And based on the support map that we've shown, a lot of people try to discredit our letters of support or petitions that you may. If you look at that map, you can see a greater amount of them, or majority, are right next to our location. I just urge all opposers to really take a look at that. We were out there on the streets talking to people about the proposal and go from there.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Any other questions or comments from the commissioners? Is there anyone else that would like to speak that didn't get a chance to speak?
Yes, I would like to. My name's Marie Rice.
Go ahead.
I'll be very quick. I live on West Springfield Street and am very much opposed to the site, not opposed to the concept, opposed to the site. I do highly recommend, this was mentioned before, please, for the commissioners, visit the site. You need to, it is not the same as the Render's Coffee. This is a much different location that you actually have a foyer that leads to other business, other residents. The other thing that I'm really concerned about is the quote unquote monitoring of people, whether or not they're smoking, whether or not they're double parking. I don't believe that there's any teeth to it. Right now, there's a lot of the smell of open air pot smoking all along the Southwest Park corridor, along that park area. No one's monitoring that. And so that's what I did write a letter of opposition as well. So thank you for listening to me. Please visit the site before you make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? All right, seeing no one, the board will take this matter under advisement. Those are all the matters before the board today. The board's voting meeting will take place next Wednesday, October 19th at 1 p.m. The information will be on our website, boston.gov/cannabis. Again, the record will be kept open until next Tuesday, October 18th at 5 p.m. Thank you for attending the hearing and enjoy the rest of your evening.